All right, what's cracking, everybody? I am not going to be casting these opening rounds, but I am here to, I guess, get a little intro going for this tournament and to my two casters who are going to be covering the first two rounds, and I'll be co-casting with in the semifinals and the finals. It's going to be a very chill vibe for that, especially as we're going to do TriCast couch commentary vibes. Going to be super duper fun. So yes, sir. Let's do it. Okay, so a couple things I want to say before we kick off this, I guess, like the more official cast is much like last week's tournaments. We have the coffee link at the top of the description where you can directly support Red Eagle, and all of the money donated will go directly towards future Red Eagle tournaments. So the current goal right now, which we are currently 70% of the way there, is the $1,000 free-for-all that will happen sometime next year. Could be as early as January of next year. You never know, but main idea, we are working towards making that goal happen. So if you would like to donate to that prize pool, then you can click the top link in the description and you can donate. You can make yourself anonymous, or you can, like have your name there. You can like leave a nice little message, whatever the case is. If you want to donate directly to Red Eagle, click the link in the description. With that said, this tournament is going to be 4 rounds long, so it should end sometime before 9, more than likely. A bit of a smaller tournament than the one last weekend, and that makes sense because this doesn't completely cater to the Europeans, not as convenient, but it's going to be a fun time no matter what. $60 to be won by the winner. This is a winner-takes-all prize pool, and it's $60, so you could either use it for whatever you want. It's $60, the exact amount that it would be to purchase a game, whatever the case is. But yeah, there you have it. I am going on a massive tangent, rambling, yapping for fun, but I believe I have covered everything with that in mind. So I am going to sign off temporarily, and I'm going to pass it off to Bubbles and Spicy, your casters for all of today. And I'll be focusing on making sure everything flows properly, because much like last week, or like how it was last week, I was doing everything. I was organizing and I was casting everything. I didn't have any time to relax, man. It was a bit of a struggle, but it's all good. We are working towards making everything manageable and flawless, and we're getting better every time. That's what it's all about. So I'll stop yapping. I will shut up. And I will pass it off to Bubbles and Spicy. I hope you guys enjoy this tournament, and I will see you guys for round 3. Bubbles and Spicy, you guys can take it away.
Yeah,
Thanks for that, JPG. Oh, man.
We finally got this Red Eagle FFA tournament, $60 on the line. A lot of great stuff going here. Should also just be a great chill night with some good Mario Kart. How you feeling for this, Bubbles?
I'm feeling great. And I was just thinking, I respect the apology, but let's be honest, we're all here to listen to JPG yap. We
So true.
love JPG. He's the founder and host of this tournament, and thankfully, we're able to relieve him of casting duties. But stay tuned, because he will be back and on the mic, what we're all waiting for the semifinals and the final rounds. Until then, it's me and Spicy. We're really excited to be your casters for this tournament, in addition to, as we said, JPG, who will rejoin us along the way. Free-for-all format, very exciting, and we have a prize pool today. A smaller one than last week, but as the scene grows and we get more people playing, we'll see the incentives rise and the activity rise, and that's something everybody who plays and watches Mario Kart wants to see.
Yes, sir. And the one big thing to point out is that yes, it might be a smaller number right now, but there's a lot of great players here already signed up for this event. So, like, when you get into those later rounds, it's going to be so fun. So many high quality names within the community. And you also see some of the newer faces just come on through. We're going to be kicking it off with room 3. And you just look at this lineup, and it's one already to be on the huge watch out for. Big names all over.
Yeah, headlining the room, Gyrodos, a name everybody is familiar with. In addition to some less common names, but also some very creative and interesting names. Over on the right, we see Spom a possible dark horse in this room. But again, we'll see lots of these familiar big names and playing a lot of exciting Mario Kart, starring and hosting this room, Room 3 at Gyrodos.
Yeah, and like you look at this and you just see those big names here, but I'm really interested in watching those like newer names here. I've always loved in the FFA, you see some new names come through, always just bringing the energy and then just causing some big upsets here. Because you have great names, you have Gyarados, Cigar, Dash X. There's huge names there, but like Spot Mr. Gaming, Gabe, Stock Crasher, in for some great stuff here. Really excited to get into the gameplay, get some great Mario Kart action. You look at around the rest of the lobbies, rest of the rooms, there's some massive names all over here. So when we get into those later rounds, semifinals, finals, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. But it's going to be so fun to watch. That's what we're all here for. Long day of MK coming up here, but should be an absolute blast of a time.
We're going to get started pretty soon, but you made me think of something interesting, and it's the dark horses, the things you love to see. When somebody who's relatively unknown or just entering the scene, like I was myself not long ago, you see people doing well. These dark horses, and you want to root for them, which is one of my favorite things about Mario Kart. And even though this game has been out for a long time, the scene is ever growing. The new people are entering the game constantly, especially at like a collegiate, even a high school level. It's been a long time since I've been in high school, Spicy, but if I had Mario Kart in my high school level, I would love it.
Oh, I would love that indeed as well. We're already in the action here. From what I've been hearing, it's already at race number 2. We're kicking off here with Toad Circuit. I don't know why we're already on Toad Circuit. It's only the first round, but we're already seeing Gyarados have the Golden Shroom, has a star in hand. Toad Circuit's a great track when it comes to bagging. A lot of options you can play here, just being able to catch up from the back. You see a ton of players just slowing down, trying to stay in the back, knowing that lap 3, especially, is when you really get a chance to catch up. A lot of players are going around, but you still see that Black Birdo in a huge breakaway. The shot already come through. J Dash actually dodged the shot, and Gyarados with the ground shroom from the crazy play indeed.
Toad Circuit is very interesting, and with the shock present already, this changes the entire dynamic of the race. Because knowing that there's not going to be another one changes the way everybody plays. There's a blue shell coming in for the front runner. That's why typically you're told not to front run Toad Circuit. But here comes the most exciting part of the track, second half of lap 3. Here we go.
Oh, and those fire already coming in clutch here for Gyarados. Not going to be able to get another anything here, but has a banana. A lot of players cutting up with those shrooms. Oh, it gets
Oh
bombed
no!
right before the eye. Hate to see it if you're a Gyarados fan, but he's able to at least secure an 8th place here. A lot of chaos. That's exactly what you see in Toad Circuit, and you already see because it's in like the second race now. Try and see how this all shakes up the room. Already a tie for 6th place as well. Interesting results.
A tie for sixth place is a little bit nerve wracking as we are reminded of the format of this. In the first 2 rounds, there are going to be 8 races, and the top 6 players will advance from each of the round all the way up to the semifinals. So top 6 advance. Right now, we had a pretty good turnout for today's tournament. There are 8 rooms. Each of them have 11 players. So for this round, the top 6 players of the 11 in each room will advance. And since there's a tie for 6, even though it's early, you as we get into the first few races, people start to get comfortable, or maybe there's still a little bit of nerves going around.
Oh yeah, potentially a lot of nerves right now. We
Yeah, I
have
have no idea how
J
many people
Dash
signed up.
PUV up. J Dash is one of the most experienced players I can remember, leading some great teams historically. One of the strongest LAN players in the US as well. Has their chat up too. I saw my boy Gally, one of my like big inspirations for getting into the scene, in chat as well. See some interesting track picks. I'm looking at Toad's Turnpike being an option there, but we're going to Moonview Highway. I got a chance to look into the chat as well from there, from the Discord. I don't know there's a big a lot of fans of Moonview Highway here, but should be fun. Should be seeing who's going to be able to get a great front run going, and as well as who's going to be able to just dodge bomb cars, especially with the item play in this room.
Spicy, I want to ask you something as we open up this lap 1 of Moonview Highway, and
Sure.
I want to get JPG's opinion on this when he returns to us for the semis and finals. Make sure you all stay tuned, by the way, for that. He will be back and on the mic. But I wanted to ask you, Mario Kart, in the competitive sense, is largely a team game of a variety of formats, ranging from 6v6 to 2v2. This is a free-for-all tournament where you can only depend on yourself. So how does the dynamic change? How much is your own individual skill level weighted versus the rest of the room, be that like skill level items, usage, track picks? What goes into doing well in a free-for-all tournament like this?
I think the largest thing you're going to be thinking about when you look at FFA is just your sense of control. You'll see a lot of players who are going to opt to like stay in the back if needed, and they know like their items, that's what they're going to be looking at here. Shock is very different in FFA as well, just trying to see like chaining items, really just trying to play around like, and believe it or not, you see a lot more defensive play in FFA, which I think is really insane,
Yes.
honestly, because you like, if you lose your items, there's like 11 more players who are willing to hit you out at times. But you see J-Dash popping that star already. Invincibility is such a big deal here. And you see a lot more players are just willing to chain items, and having triples right there as well for J-Dash just so huge. And pops a ghost as well. A lot of just chaining those dodges, which is so clutch here as we're already in lap 3.
I love your talk about control, because the things that give you the most control in this format are what they call dodge items, invincibility, stars, ghosts. And when you can't get hit in a game with so much chaos like Mario Kart, then you have all the control in the world. And to get that control, you have to distance yourself from first place. Another star, wow.
Yeah, and you see how much of a breakaway that green Yoshi had in first place, and J-Dash able to sneak on by into top 3, gets a third, a solid point gain as well. It's 10 points here in FFA, so that's pretty impressive for them here. Mr. Gaming with a much needed second place as well, and this is a really close room so far, only on like what, race 3, and that's already an insane start at this point. Just seeing these players just back and forth at this point, and FFA especially incredibly chaotic at times, especially on those lap 3s. And it's really cool seeing players who are able to do well, especially when FFA just can bring so much inconsistency at times.
Yes. The inconsistency is something you have to take into account. And the good players know how to handle it. I expect if I was a player in a free-for-all format, I would be thinking to myself, just get a middle to above average spot every single race. You don't have to win every single race, which makes me think, could the first place position be the most dangerous when it comes to a blue shell? Because we all know the effect of the blue shell and what it can have. You get hit out of first place, and then suddenly you might find yourself in the middle of the pack, getting hit out even more, especially if it comes late on lap 3. You might be in trouble. You might be a lot more safe and secure. Again, we go back to control over your race in the middle of the pack with the dodge item.
One of my favorite things that I learned when I first got into the scene, especially when you play in lounge, playing those like FFA formats, is that if you just get 8th place every race, that gives you up in a 12 race match, that gives you up to like a 96. If you play it in 8 rate, as you see right here, that's 64. It's great stuff. Those 8 points is just solid. First place can be so dangerous sometimes. We're watching it from Gyarados' perspective with those double nanas and just able to just stay alive, which is so important in FFA, especially because like it can be so hard to come back sometimes, and the item play is just so insane. You have to be so aware of everything here. Gyarados with a beautiful Nisk at that point, and as well as having the Shroom, having those triple nanas in play, just trying to stay alive here. And look at how close that pack is. The blue shell already coming out as well, gonna be hitting the heel, and Cigar is right behind as well. And now it's the pack has changed up a little bit at this point. Gyarados still remaining in second.
Second for the whole race.
We talk about the blue shell, and as we know, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has distance-based items and a distance-based item system.
Yeah.
And that comes into play a little bit more
Gets ghosted in
than
blue, then yeah, that's good for me.
other rounds might see, because we only have 11 players
That
in
was
each of the
kinda
rooms,
dog
which
shit.
means there is a computer player, a bot, in
Hey,
each
Saga
room,
Dinky
which
goes
is
to
no
nickname.
doubt
Or
going to
maybe
be
he
at the
always
back
had
of
a
the
red, I
pack
don't know.
and at
guess he
distance
always
to
had
get
a
the
red.
powerful items to shake up the race. So I think
Probably
first
gonna
place
back
is
up this
arguably
computer.
more dangerous with a computer in the room.
Yeah, it was agree, especially
Swaggy
with things like
interaction.
Shock and Blue Shell being
And
out
there's
of
the
control.
blue.
You
That
see
sucks.
Blue Shell coming out right now. Gyarados in first place.
I'm not gonna
What's
sign
he gonna
myself.
do to survive this? If he's gonna be able to do anything about it? That banana's gonna be gone now, but he isn't at least in the water, so he's gonna be able to get some speed up. But quite a
Okay,
few
I'm live.
players already changing up in this pack here. Gyarados gonna take a
Just kidding.
single box, get hit out
Well,
in
that
the
sucks,
process once again. Being able to
Swagger
recover
lags
with
in
those
minis,
boost
Swagger
panels is gonna
loses.
be able to take the cut here. Maybe opt to take it with a Shroom, but the red shell already in play, and that's a brilliant play on him just to be able to not pop his Shroom at that point. But he's going to be able to at least secure a middle spot here. 6th place, pretty solid, but once again, first place just so damaging at this point,
I
which is so
don't
weird to
there's
think
a
about in like a
payout
racing game like this.
thing.
There are times
Yeah.
where you just don't want to be in first place.
It's a balance mechanic. It's the Mario Kart item system is balanced all around the comeback mechanic. And to be fair, that's what makes it such an exciting and entertaining game to play and watch, as we're doing right now. But we talked about it at the start of the race, the effect of the blue shell in not just the hit on first place that it has, but the snowball effect, which we saw. Gyarados was hit out of first place. It was passed with triple nanas, hit by another set of triple nanas, pulled no defense from the last item set, and got red shelled. That's 3 hits back to back to back, all the way down to 6th place, and that 6th place, I believe, is like +6 or so points. That's a loss of a lot of points, and sits Gyarados at 6th place, I believe, currently, 5 points ahead of 7th. So on the bubble because
Yeah,
of
on the
one
bubble,
blue
which
shell
surprised.
item.
Yeah, and it's a big surprise. A lot of us would expect Gyarados to be one of the top players in this room, one of the players to potentially win it all here. But now, going on to Waluigi Pinball on J-Dash's perspective as well. Gonna see how this pack really starts to shake up here. You have the cannon, you have a lot of opportunities to maximize your driving, and a lot of good ways to potentially just make something happen here. So let's see what we got going here. This first item set is so critical. You see a lot of players drafting up already as well, trying to just outline each other. Triple nanas is really scary up in these opening spots, and everyone just trying to stay alive, and this is getting really difficult as multiple players getting hit out, whether that be from the pinball or from getting backed off with items. And this is only the first section. This is only the second set, and it's already pretty insane.
This is a bloodbath, and that's what makes this track so dangerous, is the pinballs. Some people say they're unpredictable, but they're actually on a set cycle. It's so much to the point where if you don't know how to play the track, for those who do, it wins itself. And the first 15 seconds of the race are very, very important. As we saw, lots of people getting hit out because the pack all starts together at the start of the race, but at some point it has to spread out. And on this track, Waluigi Pinball, when the pack spreads out, whoever is at the front has a massive advantage.
Yeah, it's one of those tracks where if you just know how to drive it, you just get so much power from it here. J-Dash obviously showing some great driving as well here. Gonna also opt to get that double box. There is the blue shell once again gonna be targeting out the player in first place. And what a trail there. You see J-Dash's reaction. Not happy about that, but sometimes that's just how the game goes. Sometimes it's a Nintendo moment and lag, but sometimes it's just things like that. Just get combo here, suddenly great positioning. Now fall all the way in 9 place, but with this break, they able to at least get a star and some shrooms to potentially make something happen here.
We talked about offensive versus defensive item play there, and although it was very unfortunate that J-Dash ran into that red shell trail, giving up the defense to retaliate there got him redded again, which puts him even further back on a track that so heavily emphasizes front presence. So here, where mushrooms are not very usable, and on a track with no shortcuts, it's going to be very difficult to catch up. Whoa!
Another fine dodge.
Here we come.
Dodge here from J-Dash, also going to be able to get into that double item box, pulls another star as well. I don't know if we're going to be looking at a potential second shock at this point unless anyone dodge, but another invincibility item in the pinball section right here is so powerful. Going to be able to chain the star in the set, pop that golden mushroom, and for once is actually in a decent spot to have it there. Has triple reds in pocket here. Multiple players starting to get hit out now. You see Spoon Mac being able to stay alive in third place. J-Dash with a fourth, and just looking at seeing
Gally,
who ends up moving
literally
up into
couldn't
these
said any
spots
better.
here.
Me driving like a
Gyarados getting a
dumbass made
great
me
first place
dodge.
and in second, and a lot of interesting mix-ups
Because
happening
I sure
here
was not going to
as
activate
Mr.
my
Gaming
star.
on the bubble in sixth place, but does have a bit of a lead with 7 points.
We saw that Daisy Gyarados sit and play so aggressively at the start of the race, where the game knowledge is there. The knowledge is there that the front running presence is so important. So there was a back of the green shell to establish the top spot. And even with that blue shell, which was so devastating on a track like Wild Woods, on Waluigi Pinball, a blue shell has much less of an effect. So he was able to keep the first place, which was so necessary, as he was previously in sixth place after the previous race. Do we know what race this is? We should be on the back half of round one, I believe.
I want to say this is race 6. I could be wrong on that, but
Okay.
we'll see once we get into it. It's like 5, 6, or 7 at this point. I know it's not the last race yet. We are going in the music park, though. Pretty common track across all levels of play, across all settings as well. So a track that really promotes driving play, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens with the players here. Who tries to maximize that? Just really get ahead, get something going, and see what's going to be changing up as we're rotating in. We're going into race number 6, so 3 to go, including this.
All right.
All right, on the back half, whoever's on the bubble has to be nervous here. But arguably, you can't afford to be nervous here because this is a very technical track. A few super bounces, tight turns. You can fall off here, get bumped off here pretty easily. And I'd say, as I said before, the first 15 seconds of the race are very important. If you establish a front presence by the hoppy musical section, then you're pretty much good to go, which it looks like Gyarados is in a great position to do.
Yeah, and you saw him maximize his driving by using things such as the super bounce. Gonna be able to load the late trick here as well and get those mini turbos here. The late trick once again, the second option for a super bounce, and just such great driving here from Gyarados, who's able to maintain this first place. But we've seen it time and time again, especially in FFA. First place can be pretty scary here. Has have the protection in pocket, but there's the blue shell, pretty much as prophesized, and now Gyarados is gonna be hit out, falling into second place, but still overall in a great spot here.
And now, after that blue shell hit, it's all about damage control. You could see the rear view being checked. It's all about maintaining and defending your position. People coming up on somebody who got hit by a blue shell also have to be careful of being trailed. So even though he just got hit out, he's still a threat that needs to be respected by the other players in the room. Although, after getting blue, he still got 10 coins during that lap one and was able to establish a far enough lead to stay up here and keep that top spot. And it's looking pretty good so far.
That's not faster when
Pretty
you're small,
good
buddy.
so far, yeah. And you're watching to see who's going to be able to make their way up there. You saw that the bot is also in pretty far back as well. Gyarados now in third place, but the pack between 1, 2, 3 real close so far. Gyarados going to be able to snag that double item box. Has another form of defense here with the super horn. Can maybe off to play aggressively here. Cigar ends up in first place right now, but Gyarados is close behind. And this music park is coming down to the wire here. Going to be able to see who's going to be able to make the most of it. Gyarados maybe going to play aggressive, goes for the horn, and is going to connect. Maybe not, actually.
No.
It lagged out as Cigar gets first. Gyarados had first place, just pulled away at the last second. Thank you, Nintendo. But what a sequence of events. What a finish to that race.
That's pretty funny, though.
That was a very exciting music park race and a great display of skill at a top level between a lot of skilled players. I like the aggressive horn play at the end, even though it didn't work out. And what you might not have seen was Gyarados, before going for that horn play, had to check if they had defense in pocket. Again, we go back to defensive and offensive. It's a balanced game.
8 races.
He saw that he had an extra layer of defense in his pocket, so he was afforded the chance to go for that offensive play because there was no downside. Very smart play, even though it didn't work out. That's a top level player making a top level play.
Yeah, and like the top player difference, you hear that across like any game, any scene, to be honest, where good players find ways to win games, and that's just one of those moments there. Just putting yourself in the position to do good is so critical at this point. Coming down to the wire here in this first round matchup. potentially going to be going to actually Wario Stadium. Very common track across like a lot of levels of play. Really good for those in first place. And once again, another really technical track.
This track I would describe as a classic. Very technical, and lots of different tracks in the game. As you know, 96 tracks, lots of different types, varieties, driving tech. This track is very, very tech heavy. So it's preferred by lots of the top level players because they know, even though there's only one real shortcut on the track, if you know how to drive this track, you can gain time on your competition for free.
At least I didn't get trailed.
Oh yeah, and to allude to the JPG videos, remember, tricking is typically slow on this map here. You gotta see players like J-Dash opt to not trick on those ramps right there, because it's actually slightly faster. This ramp especially, the ramp strats, drifting off, so critical here, because it saves so much time with those super mini turbos. And J-Dash doing a great job, now able to trick off this ramp as intended, and now get into that double item box. Has two forms of defense right here, and it's really close up into this pack now, being able to hold on to a fourth place. And this top four, pretty much the players you expected to do well here. Goes for the green shell snipe, ends up getting horned out there, but still a great start here for J-Dash. And what a sequence here, Cigar falling off now as J-Dash moves up in the third.
And we see the pack very, very separated. Gyarados knows how to play this track very far in first. Lemibot in last. Let's see if Lemibot pulls the blue shell or the lightning bolt. Very far back, although only one dodge in play. Not going to shake up the competition a whole lot. This is a kind of track, as I was saying before, where the spots are basically established at this point. And if you're not closely competing or close to another competitor right now, I don't think you're going to catch up.
It's just a track that's really focused on driving. You see J-Dash very surprised about pulling a star in third, but look at the distance between Gyarados. Look at the distance between that Lemmy, and that's why J-Dash unfortunately not going to be able to pull off that shock dodge there, but is able to get that double item box in third. Yeah, oh, what a devious banana on the ramp. It's going to send J-Dash into fourth place now. Gets ghosted as well and has nothing to protect themselves from that red shell. Starting to fall all the way down in the fifth place. Gyarados now going to be getting hit by that blue shell, or maybe going to be able to cross the line right before. It's going to be close up top there and the mini map, but J-Dash has a star in pocket 5, has the golden as well, able to hold on to a mid spot, maybe steal fourth, not going to do so, but there's a second shock as well. Wonder if that ended up changing a few things in the mid pack and the back.
And as this is race 7, there is one race to go. And it is fairly close. We got N with 58 points, currently in 6th place as our cutoff point, and Mr. Gaming 5 points behind with 53. Currently the only possible competition. So we'll keep an eye on those two. And the red Yoshi, currently in 6th, and the dark blue Birdo, Mr. Gaming, 5 points behind as we move into the final race of our first qualifying round. This has been a lot of fun so far. There's been a lot of chaos. I feel like the players have evolved. You've gotten a feel for the room. At the start of the room, we were very liberal with our item usage. We're throwing around items, trying to create some chaos, move up to the front. But over the course of this competition, you get a feel for your competition. You start to be able to predict what they're going to do, how they're going to play, if they're going to be offensive, defensive, if you need to keep your guard up. Like that horn we saw, that horn for defense against the green shell. That's a great use of the rear view. They knew the shell was coming, and an expert horn to chain that into the set to both block the green and get a new item. You just have to get a feel for these things, and they were able to do that and execute very well during that race.
Yeah, and execution is such a big deal as we go into DK Mountain with everything really on the line here. Very demanding track in terms of the driving. A lot of ways you can optimize it, a lot of ways you can figure out a way to get up to the front. Gyarados now catching a draft, going to be able to sneak up in the first place. Has defense as well. And got to see, what are they going to be able to do to maximize their driving here? Going to be able to take one coin, fighting for that top spot here. Maybe going to opt to go for the rock hop here, but gets bumped and not going to be able to do so. And it's so brutal, so punishing, especially here on DK Mountain.
And you can see that one bump changes the game plan entirely for Gyarados. instantly to the
that
back,
says.
getting the coin count up. As we know, especially for, or maybe not for our newer viewers, coins, as you can see the count in the bottom left, increase your maximum top speed, which is very important for both playing a race and catching up during a race. So if you're ever finding yourself in the back of the pack, get your coin count up, get your money up, and speed back up. And that's exactly what Gyarados is doing. Keep an eye on the Daisy in the back. Will monitor his progress on the way back to the front.
Star.
You know, I was thinking about it. Shock is so easy to
Ow.
pull on this map because of the cannons, as Gyarados has it in hand now. Gonna potentially look to chain it into this set. Yup, get it right into double. Couple players dodging in the process, but at this point, Gyarados is unfortunately not gonna be able to get the rock cut this time either, but has a lot of options to get over into the front, and the star is so helpful as well. Gonna be able to get another item here, chains into double, and has what a pull here. Triple screws, triple nanas, but there's triple reds right behind it, and getting punished now as the packets start to devolve, and it's real close here. The blue shell finally coming out now as well.
That was a very unfortunate pull on that shock chain.
What's happening, bro?
DK Mountain is a track with not only no shortcuts, but it's very twisty and turny. So once you get down that mountain, you're almost not allowed to use mushrooms, as you would have to spend so much more time recovering from it than actually benefiting from it. So
Second shot.
into set. Now remember, we're keeping an eye on the red Yoshi, who is currently in 6th place, 5 points over the blue Birdo,
Mr.
dark blue
Gaming.
Birdo. Mr. Gaming, who is right there.
Yeah, and Star in 2nd place was insane out here, trying to stay alive here. Got to be able to chain into the double item box. Mr. Gaming actually doing some gaming of their own. Got to be able to maybe get red shield right before it. Timeless going to be able to stay alive here. Gyarados right behind in 2nd place. Is now you see the green shell snipe coming out here, and it's looking to be a tight finish. Watch that mini map though, as I think I see the red Yoshi in front of the blue Birdo, and that's actually an insane turn of events. You saw what an insane pull there, and is going to be able to beat out Mr. Gaming here, and I think that should be it. Yeah, as that top locks in that top 6.
Heartbreak for Mr. Gaming. We were talking earlier about people that you want to cheer for, especially since Mr. Gaming, as we just saw, was on an inward drifting Yoshi bike on one of the worst inward tracks in the game, DK Mountain, which got redded on the last shortcut, which Timeless, the player who got first overall in this this qualifying room, did not have to throw that red. They chose to do anyway against a defenseless Mr. Gaming. You hate to see it, and unfortunately, that is where it will end for our blue Birdo friend.
Unfortunate, but still a great performance, and they put themselves in the position to get up into that top 6 overall. And really, if you look at the talent in that room alone, you look at how close it is between that top 3, it was insane. And really, the fight for 6th place was so close for the majority of that room. It makes me wonder what happened in race 1, because for all we know, maybe race 1 actually ended up being the dagger up for all of these players here. But really, insane turn of events, and that's only the first round. That means we're in for a hugely entertaining set of tournament play here tonight.
I'm so looking forward to it. This was a great first taste at this 2nd edition Red Eagle free-for-all cash prize event. I'm very excited for more. Speaking of more, we have 3 more rounds for you. This is the first of 4 rounds. JP Givner will be back on the mic for rounds 3 and 4. Those will be your semifinals and final rounds. We've seen a lot of interesting stuff, a lot of interesting item usage, people adapting to each other's styles, and just lots of entertaining Mario Kart, Spicy. I'm very much enjoying myself and looking forward to rounds 2.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to round 2 as well. A lot of great action supposedly coming up here. And like, if that first round told us anything, we got some great stuff coming our way. But before that, we are going to take a quick break as we set up the rooms for round 2, quarterfinals. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly, bringing you some more Red Eagle FFA tournament action.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Red Eagle FFA event number 2. We're currently in between the 2 qualifying rounds. We just got finished with round number 1. We're still seeing results trickle in here and there. We have some results from various rooms, 2, 3, 4, 8. But some interesting things have happened. Of course, there's a point-based system in Mario Kart, as you know, as we're playing, and there can be some ties. And in one room, room 6, we had a tie for 6th place. So we had a tiebreaker race go down. One race, 1v1v1, with only one player surviving. And that was an interesting race that took place off-screen on Piranha Plant Slide. Rocky was the player to advance. And, during this break time, as we get organized for the next round of the free-for-all, I wanted to ask you guys some questions. And you too, Spicy, you are not exempt from this. And I first wanted to ask just what your favorite track is. And if you've seen it so far during this FFA, or if you think you have like an unpopular opinion or a track that's not appreciated enough.
Oh, those are good questions here. Favorite track is always gonna be hard for me. Um, Typically, I've gone like Hyrule Circuit has just been my favorite. Just fun to run, fun to TT. If I can get it, stay in first, which doesn't always happen, then it's just so fun online as well. Easy enough, Shroom shortcut, so good to learn, good to drive. It just and I just like Zelda as a whole, so I think it was just really fun around. If you want an underappreciated track, I'm gonna say Water Park. That's a very unpopular opinion, especially nowadays, but that has a lot of sentimental value for me. Just being able to, I think that was one of the first tracks I ever TT like seriously. So I enjoy it. It's not a popular opinion, but at one point it was my best track, and I'm gonna roll with it. Also, I want a quick shout out. I think one of the people watching, Mr. S2E, who also likes Hyrule Circuit. I'm pretty sure he's if he's not in chat, he's watching it in our team server. So every time I think first time we were on the mic together, I ended up shouting him out indirectly. So here's the complimentary shout out for him again.
Yeah, Water Park is an interesting pick. Very unpopular, even though it's the very second track in the Mushroom
I
Cup.
know, right?
Yeah.
It's a Wario
You
track.
you
Also,
said Hyrule Circuit, and I was wondering if that decision was in any way influenced by a certain content creator, a certain small feline shortcat,
for
or if
me,
this
it's
is a
no.
completely, free thinking, this is the track I like kind of decision. Because it's so strange to me seeing a Legend of Zelda track in a Mario game. I know games do like crossovers all the time, but I never expected to see Hyrule Circuit.
Yeah, you never would expect it here, but if you think about Mario Kart 8 and like the crossovers we get, like a Zelda crossover isn't even the craziest thing here. You can't even say like the Splatoon map in battle mode or F-Zero having a couple tracks. That's not even the craziest thing. Remember, we're partnered at one point with Mercedes-Benz, got the GLA in this game, which is so wild to think about it. And there was a point of time where people legitimately thought the GLA tires actually did something in our meta and was gonna fit in. Though that was a fun 2 months having you would actually see just Yoshi teddy bear GLA tires, and that's just one of the more interesting times in our history of this game. Didn't last very long, but that's always just really fun, and you never know. Maybe we'll see some crazy stuff coming on the next few rounds.
That actually leads me into my next question. GLAs look absolutely fly, by the way.
I
Love the
know,
look. I
I
think they look
know.
so much better than rollers, even though functionally rollers are statistically the superior tire. We have a FFA update for you all. We have all the scores figured out. The next round, the rooms are made, the players are allocated. We have 4 rooms of 12 people each. It will be 8 races once again with top 6 qualifying, and that will start, or people will start to join their respective online rooms at the top of the hour, which is in about 2.5 minutes. So we're going to be here for a little bit a little while longer, but we will get you back to the Mario Kart action in round 2 very shortly. Spicy, you reminded me when you said GLA tires being better. Not only do they look better, there are some people in the community sometimes we call them free thinkers, but um, characters, vehicles, tire combinations that people just prefer to use. Particularly, maybe the varmint, I think, is maybe the most common quote
Oh
unquote
yeah.
off meta. What are your thoughts on the varmint or other combinations that you've seen people use?
I think it's funny because Varmint is actually, like, somewhat viable, if I remember right. It shares
Yeah.
stats with, like I forget what exactly, but it's not bad. I wanna say it's very similar to, like, Pipe Frame, and there was a point where we saw Pipe Frame really start to make its way, like, in usage, and that didn't last too long here, but I think it's fun. It bringing out those, like, the free thinker picks, the quote unquote "anti-meta" options, and, like, definitely, yes, there is a defined meta in this game at this point, but I've seen players win with things that typically aren't seen a lot nowadays. Legitimately one of the best players in the US plays Shy Guy. So you can do things if you're actually that good at the game, you can make almost everything work, I feel. Keyword almost, because there are some things which I feel are just harder to win with than others.
Yeah, I'm on that builder site where you can see the hidden stats of all the vehicles, and the varmint has pretty much equal stats to the teddy bear, the teddy buggy. It is a outward drifting bike, so do you think it has a little bit of a smaller hitbox? Could that be another advantage that it has, or do you think it's too minuscule to matter?
I think it's a option. I think it's something to take into consideration if you're going to be rocking Varmint there. There were a few players I knew who used to play Varmint. I don't know if they don't play it anymore, but I think if you are going to take hitbox into consideration, and sometimes it does matter. You see how Scooty is now picked over Bitty Buggy in if you go for the more mini turbo focused gameplay a lot just because of like the smaller hitbox at least now. And it's pretty interesting to see how hitbox of all things can matter in this game. And like sometimes when especially when items be flying everywhere, just being able to be a
Yeah.
little smaller, dodge those items a little bit easier, it makes it all the difference at times.
Speaking of dodging those items, I'm looking at the stats and I'm starting to see why Teddy is a safer option over Varmint. They both have the same ground speed and the same mini turbo stats, which, as we know, are the two most important stats in the game. However, the Teddy Buggy has a little bit of a handling advantage overall in all aspects. And the Varmint loses a lot of airspeed and anti gravity speed, which on certain tracks, some like we Rainbow Road are all anti-gravity, so that could be a major disadvantage for seemingly no reason.
Yeah, and those like tracks which are like all anti-grav. They don't always come up, and some of them are more common than others. We Rainbow Road, that's pretty common. Then you have things like Sky High Sunday, very divisive track.
Oh,
You know a certain someone who really enjoys the track.
it's
Um,
me.
I actually don't mind the track either. That might be a hot take, but I think
Yeah,
Sky High's a bit overhated, so
it's a
you
very
never know.
cute and colorful track, as we know.
Oh, cute and colorful for sure. Yeah, that's a great way to put it, honestly.
All right, it is top of the hour. We see rooms posted. We can probably expect people to be joining their rooms. And I know the players are expected to start by 10 after the hour, but I think we can start seeing some Mario Kart action before that. That will be on screen as soon as it is available. Loving this interaction. I love just talking Mario Kart. I've only been a part of this game scene for about a year, but the more I learn and explore about the different kinds of vehicles, players, tracks, people, and communities, because again, that's what it's all about for me. I just keep loving this game the more I dive into it.
Oh yeah, and the community does a great way of making the scene accessible and really makes the game much more fun than I think it could be if you're just playing it casually, playing it with friends. Because the moment you start playing this with like others who like have like the same goals, the same mindset, you really start to explore a lot of what makes this game great. And yes, this game is absolute uh words for
Careful.
yeah, it
Uh-huh.
can be terrible at times. It can be very frustrating, but the game as a whole is still fun. At least that's why I'm assuming people are still playing this game, are still playing in this tournament, watching this as well. But it's a matter of just like the community makes this game great. You want to like follow up here. There's a lot of great ways to get involved with the scene, and even things like this, just these great events, the Red Eagle FFAs that JPG is putting on, really helps the scene a lot. So happy to see all these players being active as well, and also just really excited to eventually get in with the rest of the tournament.
I really enjoy seeing this community grow. And if you want to see this community and this tournament grow, you see the coffee link on screen. You can make a donation, grow the prize pool and the turnout of more Red Eagle tournaments, just like this one. You know, Spicy, I just had a thought. Oh, it's coming to me. Hold on. You were talking about why people still play the game. This game is how many years old? 8 years old. And sometimes I think back to the game that I started on, Mario Kart Wii. People still play competitive Mario Kart Wii, a game that came out in 2008. Can you believe that? And
Yeah.
I was thinking about why. And in Mario Kart Wii, there are only 32 tracks. This game is much more variety at 96. But in a game where you're constantly playing the same tracks over and over and over again, there's got to be some kind of factor that brings people back, and I think that's the item factor, the randomness factor, and the multiple strategies you can employ every single race that makes every race feel different, even though it's the same track. And that level of randomness, you could call it gambling, uh, but that randomness, that variety that the item system brings to the game is what makes it so endearing, entertaining, and alluring to keep coming back to.
I think those are great points there. Really just making the ways like yeah, especially with this game, a lot of diversity here, a lot of variety, and just that really makes it so enjoyable to play, knowing that hey, got a lot of different ways that games can play out here, and really it speaks to the longevity of this game. It's been around quite a long time, and you see quite a few games. They don't always get to that point, but here we are kicking it off with round two, and you see now we have 12 players in a lobby this time, and this is looking to be really good here, really stacked for round two, room one. What a set of names we got here today.
I recognize some of these names, not a whole lot of others, and there's a few that you can probably expect to be near the top, namely Vantox, the host of this room, player and enjoyer of many, many a Mario Kart tournament. Garchomp 1, I know, I've seen play many Mario Kart tournaments, very skilled, especially in the free-for-all format. Inward Bike Yoshi player, very, very skilled, excited to see them play, expect them near the top, but anything can happen, and anybody, especially a lot of these names that I don't realize, can make it to the top. We will see as we are starting very, very soon in the next few minutes. Stay tuned.
Yeah, and there's quite a few names here who I'm looking at and like, ooh, some really good dark horses here. Rocky is one of those players I remember playing with a long time ago, and they've gotten so much better in recent times. And I could see them cracking their way into semifinals when there's like a lot of other names here. You have a lot of international presence as well. You mentioned Van Tox, you have Xale from France, and then there's quite a few other names here just all over, just great names, great players here in this room, and I think it's gonna be so exciting eventually going into this now, especially knowing that semifinal is on the line here, and just getting into semis is not even an easy task when you look at the talent you have in this lineup.
You know, you're talking about Rocky. Rocky was just in that three-way tiebreaker
Mhm.
after room 6 and won that race to earn the spot here. I have my eyes on Rocky for this room, and we talked about before you love to cheer for people, and in a game where there might be a little bit of a skill cap, we know a skill variance difference rather. Um, you love to cheer for the underdog player, and Rocky is going to be the player that I have my eye on and rooting for secretly. I know I'm a commentator, I'm unbiased, but you just want to see people do well. And as a commentator and a viewer as well, you want to see a lot of shakeups in these rooms, especially in the free for all format, which, as we know, is very, very chaotic. We'll see how everybody handles the chaos.
Yeah, and I think handling that chaos is such a big deal, especially only in round two, have less races to work with as well. So it's a matter of just maintaining that composure, trying to find consistency in a game that can feel incredibly inconsistent, and just trying to navigate all the stuff that's going to be thrown your way. There's going to be plays that you're not going to be a fan of. There's going to be items that just don't go your way, tracks where it's just like, I not as good on it here. But seeing who's able to make the most out of rougher situations is going to be the players coming out on top, and you never know. Yes, there are some players here who are probably looked at as the favorites of this room, but we saw it in that first round where some big names got eliminated early. So you never know here. It's maybe some of these dark horses we have been talking about, they're going to come here, ruin someone's day, and just catapult their way into semifinals, maybe even try and get a shot to win the whole thing. The room is about to be opening soon, or if that's already open, we're about to be starting soon. So this is going to be really exciting to watch.
You know, there's a phrase that I tell people, especially ones that are like trying to learn the game, like I was less than a year ago, and that every item box gives you an item, but you think of it this way: every item box is an opportunity, and that's affected by not only the position that you're in, but what's in your pocket, what's around you, your distance to first place, and what you do with that opportunity is up to you as a player. And in a 12-player room like this with many different item sets, there are lots of different item opportunities to either do something great or do something really reckless. And so we'll see what the players do as we get to one of your preferred tracks, as we talked about earlier, Hyrule Circuit.
Oh yeah, I'm popping off right now. You don't even know. And if you don't think I'm popping off, there's a certain person named Sherlock 2 Elementary who's also incredibly popping off right now. Just getting high rules circuit. You know what it is here. And teams is very different, but here in FFA, it's a matter of seeing what's going to be going on, who's going to be able to take this shortcut, who's going to be able to just maximize the driving. Unknown Intel going right side for those 2 rupees and now fighting their way up in the first place. Has a lot of ways to potentially just take out Vantox, but only getting a rupee in third, unfortunately. Trying to see what they're going to be able to do, as this track so good in top spots. One of those tracks where you can just, if you're able to hold on the first, assuming no crazy items come your way, you're able to hold on to it at least for a bit.
I'm surprised at how tight the pack is after these first few turns here. This is not a whole lot of danger in the front aside from that red shell, but establishing a front presence is going to be very important on this track, as not only is it the first track on a very front-running heavy track, but these racers, as we talked about before, are feeling each other out. We're going to pay attention to what Unknown Intel does with this fire. You have to think the defensive game is so important. Even though there's a tight squeeze here and it's really easy to hit people and chain for another defense, I think that was a great decision, nice and controlled, set them up very good to front run the rest of this race.
And you love Unknown Intel's like awareness. You saw them using the back camera with that banana, just being able to get a great trail off onto the player in fourth. Unknown Intel now has that shroom, able to take the shroom cut potentially coming up here, and also get access to another item box. Vantox still holding on the first place. Rocky in with triples in fourth, though. You see Unknown Intel going wide, just trying to stay alive here and just playing carefully, because those spots, those points are so important, especially in FFA. Unfortunately, getting the drift in the wrong direction, but still able to hold on the fifth place. There's a bomb, though. What a tight bomb. What a great placement of it, too. Multiple players starting to move their way up now, and the pack is close. Vantox getting blue shelled right before the line as well. Multiple players trying to see if they can salvage any spots up here. A lot of bumping around, just trying to get those mini turbos going. Unknown Intel not going to be able to get the trick, unfortunately. Falls in the 8th place. What a turn of events so far. Looster being able to get up in the first, Rocky getting third, Vantox second.
I liked that play with the green shells. As a more skilled player, you have to recognize your opportunities to move up in the pack. And the Birdo with the triple green shells, that was a great opportunity. And an almost negative opportunity. I don't know what the right word is, but I like the controlled and matured decision to drop out of that spot, to concede that space to the green shells, because with a more powerful item there, triple green shells have, for lack of a better term, the right of way. So that was absolutely the correct decision to drop out of that spot, excuse me. It ended up not working out because there was a bomb after that turn, but you can see the level of awareness in these players, able to make the right decisions, the high percentage plays that will ensure them a top spot.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about this game, sometimes you make all the right decisions and you still don't get the results you're looking for here.
Yep.
Going out into Moonview Highway Zale's POV, now trying to see what's going to be happening here. You know, we saw this in that first round where Moonview can be incredibly chaotic, but if you're able to hold on the first, there's so many boost panels where you're able to just like maintain your top speed, really maintain your lead as well. But if you're able, but it's all a matter of just staying alive. Once again, the bomb car can be incredibly pivotal, and now the matter of seeing who's going to be able to make something happen, not going to be able to get that item box there, but able to get a potentially a draft and try and maybe steal a couple spots in the process, getting bumped into the wall, just checked at that point. But now able to get into never mind, no item set here, and actually getting bumped around quite a bit as falling all the way to eighth.
We saw something similar happen in the last round. Gyarados on DK Mountain got bumped out of the top spot and instantly dropped to the back to get the coin count up, increase the top speed, and get good items for a comeback. However, we don't see the same thing here. The pack of racers is very tight. It's still a coin count of 2, which is very, very detrimental to the progress of Zale's race. But this is a different track, and the knowledge here is that this is a very heavy front-running track, so you need to stay competitive, stay up in the front, which is exactly what Zale is trying to do to the best of their ability. And with 7 coins, it's looking pretty good so far, recovering.
Great recovery indeed from Zale. Now able to have that red shell in fourth, the unknown in third, Wildfire in second place as well. First place really close so far, and you see just great item play here from Zale. Now able to chain this mini turbo up, get a great trick up as well, and there's a blue shell coming out towards first place, and it does look like it actually gets canceled there, potentially from a super horn, but Zale unfortunately getting hit out, but pops the horn, and actually a very smart matter as well. Goes for the bomb snipe, potentially trying to get someone, just bare narrowly misses themselves in the process. And this once again, Moonview Highway coming down to the wire. A lot of players just staying up top here. A lot of action happening now. Zale in third, Red Shell coming their way, potentially now able to shroom up ahead, get second place, and what a race! A lot of action there just in that last lap.
Fantastic recovery. Unfortunately, one of the Black Birdos, Ayana Koji, was on the receiving end of a slow horn, unintentional slow horn there. But like you said, Zale hits the car, decides to use the horn as defense as an item box set was coming up. Unfortunately, Ayana Koji did everything right, but was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And think about if that didn't happen, the ripple effect, the butterfly effect for Ayana Koji there. If that horn isn't there, if Zale doesn't hit that car, they're getting such a better spot. Because when you get hit, it's -3 coins and a lot of lost time. So, man, you wouldn't expect Zale to hit that car there, let's be completely honest. But sometimes it does happen. And it's just the decisions that you make after that impact, which can sometimes be very jarring to not only your race, but your mentality as well, which is something I want to talk about when we move into these later races and these later rounds. Mentality is oh so important for keeping up in the race and, you know, keeping up your points overall in the Grand Prix.
Yeah, I would agree. Mentality is a big aspect of this game. And really, because of all the stuff that happens here, being able to have that strong mental fortitude is so important here. We're going to Cheap Cheap Beach, a track which, in comparison to a lot of the things we saw in the first round, not exactly the most demanding when it comes to the driving. So you're going to see how are the players going to be getting their spots in other ways, having the items to maybe make something happen, using drafts appropriately to be able to catch up or maybe steal some spots. And the item chaining is so pivotal at this point. Unknown Intel going forward, the shroom cut there has that red shell using the hit to protect themselves in a defensive way as multiple players are starting to get hit out, but you're also going to watch the pack is starting to devolve, and the big and pack play happens like that, and a lot of players are starting to get hit out. A lot of things are going to be up for grabs, especially going into these next few laps.
And as people get hit out, the pack starts to separate, and that's one of the the effects, I guess, that happens every single race is as the pack separates, the distance to first place gets wider, and we start to see the shock, the blue shell, and here we go. The race is developing.
Yeah, and yeah, I think the Vantox in first place. The blue shell actually getting canceled out by the shock, which is a very interesting situation. Really just worked out, I guess, for the player in last place, even if it does save Vantox a bit. But the pack up top is incredibly close right now. Unknown Intel chaining into doubles once again, has the fire, opting to hold it for now. A few opportunities up ahead to use it. Not going to be able to get that first trick, but there's an opportunity to get some fire out, firing it up on the Zale. Not going to be able to make any connections here, but now has opportunity to get some more items. And this pack is still fairly close overall. Has a ghost in play as well, potentially able to just have some great invincibility and just being able to stay inactive for a long part of this race.
That's oh so valuable, especially on lap 3. We don't see a shock, but the ability to control your race with a dodge item. Do we keep these greens for defense? Hold the spot. You have to think about what is possible here for Intel. Moving up, not without any mushrooms. You got to think hold the spot. Defend yourself against all these shroomers. Not going to happen, though.
I messed up.
Yeah, not gonna be able to get much off that. Unfortunate 8th place, and that's just how the game goes. Sometimes you're in 8th place and you get an item box. Single red will do it for you. Like you can get anything from like triple shrooms, you can get stars, but then sometimes you just get that single red. 8th place is just so devastating to be in. Honestly, one of the worst places to be in like the middle of a race, just purely because of the items. And sometimes, as an unknown intelligence saw right there, the game just doesn't go your way, but they're going Blue Lake to potentially get something going, get some momentum here, which between momentum and mental, those are two of the most important things I feel like in this game. And with a variety of tracks being selected here, really interested to see how this matchup, how this round develops.
Every item box is an opportunity. And although the opportunity at that last box with shells was not great, you still have to use it to the best of your ability to salvage as many points as you can get. Speaking of track picks, I'm really excited to see a variety of track picks being picked. Cheap Cheap Beach, I almost see never picked. Very glad to see that as we find ourselves back on Music Park again.
Yeah, Music Park is a very popular track, and you see why. It's just a very common track to really just utilize just strong driving on. But you can also catch a draft here on this piano section and really start to change up spots. And if you're starting off with quite a few coins like Zale is right now, you might be able to actually sneak on up and potentially get into a position of front run. Gonna be able to draft onto the keys to actually take a modified version of the key strat, and now has to stay alive here because multiple sets of triples in play, and you just see Zale's reaction. Not amused whatsoever, but 11th place on lap 1. Still some opportunities to catch up here. Getting double item boxes critical as well, as you're able to only get 4 shrooms. Unfortunate for them, but they have potential means to catch back up.
So let's take a quick look at what a top player might be thinking in this scenario. You take stock of the situation as soon as you get hit. What is my distance from first? How many coins do I have? Where are the item boxes on the track? Where are the shortcuts? All of these things are thought about by the player in almost a split second. And I'm interested to see how Zale catches up. They got a few mushrooms. The driving is going to cost them a little bit, but the coins are up. The distance to first is not too great. I'm excited to see how they try and make a comeback, or if it's more of a mid-spot secure kind of mentality.
Yeah, I think you really just want to secure mid spots at this point here, but Zale had a potential to maybe pull some big items. Now, Unknown Intel, unfortunately, with the plant there, not going to be able to find any names yet, but has triple shrooms as the pack is starting to become really close once again, especially after the blue shell taking out Vantox in first place. Here's the opportunity now. Quite a few players have found themselves in a spot to potentially make something happen here. Unknown Intel having multiple shrooms as well. Gonna get hit out by, it looks like, fire in the process, though. Takes glider, has triple greens, might opt to burn them to get into double item box on the left side, is able to do so, has the shrooms, and once again, look at this pack, how close it is. Quite a few players, and what a rough event.
No!
Whoa! Wow! Unknown Intel getting sent into the abyss, not just once, but twice. You hate to see that happen, and they get last as a result.
Oh no. You know, triple greens in 8th place going into the last set. I was thinking to myself, This reminds me a lot of the Cheap Cheap Beach race. And I was thinking after that item box set, okay, mushrooms, this is a great opportunity to move up a little bit. But the inward bike, I don't play a whole lot of inward myself, but it must be hard on Music Park because that shortcut isn't really that difficult on the outward drifting vehicles. But you can see just the level of precision that's required to not only take that shortcut well, but benefit from it. And, falling off, very, very unfortunate. Not sure if that was from a bump or anything, but, you know, the toughest parts of the race, in my opinion, the first 15 seconds and the last 15 seconds. That is where the most pressure happens. And unfortunately, on an Intel, crumbles under the pressure again.
We're going to Mario Kart Stadium, one of arguably the most controversial tracks in the
Oof.
game, despite being the first track in the game. Some players who absolutely love this track, and there are
Yeah.
also some players who absolutely loathe this track, where it's the bane of their existence at times. And like, there's certain ways you can play around here. This track has really evolved into being really good in the back spots because you'll see it near the end, especially with the players at this caliber. The glider is just such a great way to catch back up, especially on lap 3. You can turn the motion controls on, have multiple shrooms, and all of a sudden you can steal so many spots here. Unknown Intel, opting to play from the back, has up to 9 coins that'll make that 10, and now is in a position to get into more items here, gets into the double box, has dodges as well, trying to see what they're going to be able to do because MKS, it's really hard to predict up until lap 3.
Exactly. Going to the back at the start of a race on this track, usually a good strategy. And perhaps the product of, us being 3 or 4 races into the event, into this room, and getting a feel for the other racers, like we said before. And what have we seen so far? Really tight packs, especially at the end of races. Nobody significantly in the back. We can expect a good front running presence, but this, unlike the other tracks, this is not a front run heavy track. This is a back spot heavy track where bills, well, not bills, but lots of mushrooms are very beneficial. But we still see players like Vantox up in the front here, in addition to Zale and some others. Interesting strategy. Let's see how it plays out at the end of lap 3.
Yeah, it's really scary here for Vantox, not knowing that there were double reds behind him, but instead Zale actually opting to back it here. Now you can't take this glider up ahead shroomless and he with the ultra mini turbo and save some great time. But Vantox has one mushroom, might opt to go for it, but there's a red shell right behind, and Zale is able to sneak on up, trailing the bomb as well. Vantox is going to get secure first place. Zale is going to be able to get second, and what a sequence of events right here on MKS. Now a matter of seeing how did the rest of the pack devolve. Ayano Koji with a great third place there, really starting to catch back up. But look at the top 6 right now, 10 points separating 6th and 7th. It's starting to feel like a bit of a break, but there's still time. Maybe something crazy happens in the back half.
I loved watching those top 2 battle it out, starting from the last turn right before the glider ramp. That was a mental battle that could have gone differently, I believe, if Zale had used his red shell at a different time. We now know that in addition to Vantox having that mushroom in hand, he also had defense behind it. Zale was counting on Vantox only having the mushroom and just redding him out on the glider section and taking first for himself. But Vantox, unbeknownst to Zale, had defense behind that mushroom and was able to easily shroom to victory. I believe if Zale had used that red shell a little bit before and forced the defense before the mushroom could be used in the best spot, that would go a lot differently, and Zale could have won that race.
I would agree. Yeah, it's just a matter of you take those risks sometimes, and it's not always common to have Shroom and defense in first place. And Zale with the right play once again is just not knowing that what did Vantox have there. Going to Singapore Speedway, not exactly a common track, especially in like FFA. But if this is kind of one of those tracks like where if you just know it better than the other players around you, then you might be able to just break away on here. Coins are really strong on this track, and because there's so many ways to draft on up, and seeing what's going to be happening here as we go back onto Unknown Intel's POV, trying to see how they're going to be able to stay alive. Now in 9th place, has access to double shrooms, but look at all those bananas in that mid pack. really hard to navigate at this point.
You see those bananas and you can't help but back off because those are essentially moving pylons that you're not going to get past unless there's a really, really big shortcut that you can just shroom through, which on this track, there is not. So you have to respect those triple shells and find your opportunity to move up. This is a track that plays very differently from Mario Kart Stadium, which has a big shortcut at the end. This does not. So if there's a lot of items in the mid-pack, a lot of obstacles, it's very, very difficult to move up on this track.
It can be incredibly hard to navigate right now, especially if you don't have a ton of coins like Unknown Intel doesn't have right now. Speaking of coins, speaking of money, I want to give a quick shout out to the anonymous person who did donate $20. Thank you again for your donation. Here we are, though, back onto this race. Zale getting trailed out right before the glider. Has access, though, to another item box. Triple greens really close behind. He's going to have to stay high just to stay alive here as well. Backing that fire as well, but those greens are still right behind. Pops the rang, but gets hit out in the process, and multiple players are just sent tumbling towards the back, getting red shelled as well, looking unamused, not happy with what is happening. But you have to see what is going to be up in play. Has the bill, which is really helpful here. Unfortunately, also had the blue shell, but it's going to at least potentially steal a couple of spots here. But here's a shortcut. Few players are going to be opting to take this, as Zale's going to actually fall over to last.
Oh no. There's that snowball effect again. One hit leads into another, which leads into another.
Oh.
And, you know, one hit isn't necessarily bad. The first hit, the start of the snowball, was getting trailed by Vantox. But that not only lost him 3 coins, but put him in a position that was right next to more green shells, which, you know, increases the heart rate, you know, the decision-making ability gets impacted. And got hit again, and after that there was more fire, and now we're deeper into the mid-pack, and it just all ended up exploding, which is very unfortunate, but just attests to the level of care and the offense versus defense discussion. How should I space from the other racers? Should I play defensively? Should I throw my red shell now or after the item box set? So unfortunately a very bad result for Zale, but you know, he's a high-level player, very established. We can expect to see him come back from this setback.
Yeah, and you're going to want to see how he responds at this point, because suddenly he's on the hot seat in 6th place, only 3 points now up over Rocky in 7th. We are at Waluigi Stadium, and this is actually a great course here for Zale, because starting off in the back, you have access to a mushroom if you pull it at first set. You also have more coins, and coins are so difficult to pull on Waluigi Stadium if you want to stay within those tight racing lines. You have the triple shrooms now, and you can see quite a few players are going to opt to take this cut ahead with that mushroom, or you can also take it shroom was here. But now it's a matter of seeing with these extra coins, how are you going to react? How are you going to stay alive here? Because suddenly you're in a top 5 position, having the mushrooms as well as triple greens, popping them early just to stay alive, trailing a few people out in the process, and suddenly we're from last all the way up until 4th.
Where did that red shell go? I thought that red shell connected with Zale. I could have sworn.
Ooh.
Interesting. But Zale is doing a great job of separating this pack here. Pretty much solely responsible with those greens and maybe even this horn. We see the pack separating a little bit. I don't think people are at distance for... Well, I'm instantly proven wrong. Shows how much I know about this game. Lightning Bolt may be in play, we'll see, but those people at the back may be purposefully putting themselves at distance from first place in order to get the Lightning Bolt and shake up how this race is going to play out.
Maybe you're going to be seeing players go for that shock now, but unfortunately for Zale, going to get trailed out there, having to throw their red. But now they have one more shroom left of their triple, still in 3rd place overall. Great stuff to be in at this position here. You're seeing 1st place is trying to hold on tight right now. 2 shrooms in play for Zale. Has the opportunity to take this cut up once again. Watch for a second blue shell. Watch for a shock to still be in play. There's a player in star in 4th place, K. Yeah, real close, has a triple nanas as well. well. Lucio trying to stay alive in this process now, knowing there's quite a few items right behind, and now Zale having those trails, having to navigate this carefully. You see the back camera usage just trying to stay alive, but they get red shelled right after the boost panel right into set. Vantox also really close now in fifth place, but the red shell once again targeting Zale, and that's not what you want to be seeing on their end, as they had such a great race, but gonna be getting 11th here. But importantly, Rocky got last. So watch as how they're going into this last race, things have shaken up quite a bit, as now there's three people really fighting for sixth place.
Watching that lap 3 just reminded me so much of this Singapore race that we just watched.
Yes.
Zale in a top spot around so much danger, spaced very well from that player in a star with the triple bananas. Again, lesson learned. The adjustment was made. I was so happy for him that he was able to dodge that. But so much more danger to dodge. Last lap, last half of lap 3, it's a mad scramble to first, and Zale was unfortunately the victim of, I believe, multiple red shells. And just a very unfortunate result. And again, you see the snowball effect. Even with everything being done pretty much right, you can still find your way falling down to 11th place. And now on the bubble by 2 points. Zale currently in 6th place overall with 45, with the player simply named K with 43 and Rocky with 41.
Yeah, you're really watching Zale, K, and Rocky, seeing who's going to be able to navigate this, because you know Zale and Rocky are starting off in bottom 2 here, and that could go both ways now. Here on Paris Promenade, you can definitely get a great front run here, but like a shotgun lap 3 is so devastating, especially after that last item set, because there's so much distance between there and the finish line. But now it's a matter of seeing who's going to be able to stay alive at this point. You want to watch this mid pack, because really at this race, especially, every point really begins to matter, and you want to see who's going to be able to navigate up to those top spots. You see Rocky in like about 8th place as well, trying to see what's going to be happening here. A lot of drafts, and this pack so far is still incredibly close going into lap 2.
Yeah, this is one of the few tour tracks which has the exact same laps 1 and 2, and keep an eye on that mini map, everyone, as this race starts to resolve. A shock, as you said before, will be devastating on lap 3, but only if it becomes available, which I don't think it is at this point. And that's good news for the people currently in the front, which means they get to keep their top spot.
With a huge bomb, and this is going to set up for a very dramatic lap 3. Zale, I think, is currently in 2nd place, trying to fight for them. Yeah, you see Ayano Koji in 1st place. Zale has no defense, though, but I think playing in 2nd is probably just for the best right now, just being able to secure a spot. If they're able to get a form of defense, they basically just lock their way into the next round. But this is where the drama starts to unfold here. No blue shell in play yet, no shock is in play, but this last item set is quickly approaching. There's the shock, but it does get our top spots into the double item boxes here. Zale now having a trail, holding on to defense for dear life at this point. You see Ayano Koji right behind in 2nd place. You see quite a few players starting to move up now. Zale is going to hit the wall and now trying to stay alive at this point. Is going to fall into, like, I think, 2nd place here. Who got first is the question, because now it's going to be seeing what happens here. Wildfire takes first, and Zale basically has secured their spot in at the skin of their teeth, still holding on to a room that became so close at the end.
I was so nervous during that last lap. Especially when I saw the shock. It's so devastating. I was thinking, as an addendum to what you're saying, after the last set is when it's truly deadly, because then you're truly helpless and dead in the water. But able to get an item, some coins to up the top speed and keep the top spot. You saw the green shell instantly being trailed, as if to say, no, leave me alone. I want this spot. I will defend it to the end of my life. And that's exactly what Zale did, and manages to move on to the next round. Very exciting.
Yeah, very exciting indeed. Jeez, that room was so tight. And really, it came down to those last few races where you started to see Zale get comboed at the line, where things started to fall apart in terms of just how the other players in the room were just being able to hit him out. But he was still able to clutch out that great final race and secure their spot into semifinals. semifinals. What a great set of talent we had in that room. Amazing results overall. And that's only the second round. These next two rounds are going to heat up so much.
I was going to say it's only going to get more exciting from here on out, especially since for the next two rounds, we will have JPG expected to be back on the microphone for you all. Very exciting. We're about halfway through this tournament. Lots of good Mario Kart for you all to come. Until then, we're going to take a short break and we will be back soon.
Think about what we were. Try and just remember back to last September. I wonder if I could go back to the day I met you. I'd forget about the things we've been through. Wish we could reverse the time and undo. Something better, but you just waste my time. I want something better, but you just waste my time. Oh, what we could have had. It just makes me sad. You're still on my mind. Oh, why can't I just say goodbye? But you just waste my time. Our love's been left behind. No, I don't care, I don't feel bad, so don't come back. Wanted something better, you wasted my time.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 2 of the Red Eagle Free-For-All tournament. We have some scores for you all from this past round 2, the second of 4 total rounds. As you see on screen, we have some people moving on. Top 6, as always, from each room will be moving on. Vantox with the me name VX at the very top. Wildfire, Looser, L, Flu, and our main stream point of view, Zale, barely squeaking by despite all the difficulty with 57 points. We can see just how important every single decision is. And Zale is a very established player. We saw how important the race recovery is and just trying to squeak out as many points as you can manage.
Yeah, and squeezing out as many points as you can manage is just so pivotal here, especially as you go into like the other rooms within this round. There, you saw how close some of those games came down to. Like I saw multiple 1 point tables between like room 3, room 2. I want to say almost all the rooms have posted their results. We're just giving in some quick scoring updates from everyone here. But as a reminder, Vantox, Wildfire, Elucer, L, Flu, Zale moving on from this room, going on into semifinals. And as a reminder, as what we're all be waiting for, JP Givener hopping back on the mic for semifinals as well as finals for some tri-casting action. So that's gonna be really exciting. But these games have been insane, and I'm so excited to eventually get back into it when we eventually go into semis.
You know, this table was pretty close when you look outside of the top 6. Look at 7th
Mhm.
through 10th. There's
Oh yeah.
50, 49, and then 43, 42. One race or one even decision, one item hit or play could have been a big difference. Imagine if, Zale's red shell at second place at the end of Mario Kart Stadium, if he had made an attacking play without that bomb as defense, if he could have dropped out from that race and gotten 7th overall, that would have been devastating. But was able to hold on to second there. Again, well played overall. Lots of different happenings going on in this free-for-all format. Very exciting, and an even more stacked lineup coming to you for round 3, which will be coming soon at the top of the hour. We will be back with the man, the myth, the legend himself, JP Givener. We will take another short break, and we will be back soon with the man himself.
Yes, sir! Hope everyone's having a great time on this Red Eagle free-for-all stream. You know the vibes. It's your boy JPG. I'm going to be here for the semis and the finals. And of course, I'm joined by Bubbles and Spicy. You guys are very familiar with them. And I'm sure that obviously you guys are fairly familiar with me, I would say. So got some familiar faces for the semis and the finals, so let's kick this sucker off.
It's so good to be back.
Dude, it's so funny. We talked about this. We talked about this before we got back on the stream, like when I joined the call. That like Bubbles and Spicy, like they talked about how, like I would be like prioritized in the try commentary, and like if they happen to talk over each other, it'll just like come back to me. And then the moment they start talking, they immediately talk over each other.
As soon as we did that, I was like, "Oh, yep, here we go." Stuck on each other's toes already.
What happened here? That's the style, though. It's the style. Catch style commentary. It doesn't matter who talks over who. Everyone gets a chance to talk at the end of the day. We got 12 players in the room, though. 12 players going into semifinals. Should be a good one here.
Absolutely. Looking like a really, really good room. We got Gyarados, a very mysterious name, just a single A, you know the vibes, but either way, brother made it. We got Huey MK, definitely someone who's improved quite a lot over the course of, you know, like the past couple months, past year or so, whatever the case is. Definitely a new guy in the top level scene, and yeah, I'm not surprised that he's here. We got Garchomp, Granny Boy 47, Color, who I saw in the room chat, is very surprised to be in the semifinal. So hats off to him, no matter how he performs in this room. We got PPX, Luke, Gecko, Flo, X, not Flo X, Flo and then X, and Ryan, Ryan is definitely someone who could be a contender to win. So this is a big time stacked room, and we're gonna see how these players stack up and see what's cracking in the first 12 race room
That's cheap.
of the Red Eagle $60 free for all tournament.
JPG, I want to ask you, as a top level player, me and Spicy aren't that good. We're just okay. But what would you say are the keys to success in a free for all format, especially in now we're getting to the higher round semis and finals? What are the secrets, the keys to victory here?
All right, well, Bubbles, I'm
pretty
pretty
good,
sure it
so
was
we
you,
gotta
so I'm gonna, directly send this off to
Like a
you in
clear lead.
particular. You gotta be mindful
definitely
on tracks like
lose out.
Koopa Cape Lap 3 situation
be good.
when potential Nana Snipes can come into play, because I remember a pretty good player named JP Givener freaking owned you at MomoCon. So how about that?
I wasn't sure to mention that, but I know we didn't talk much at MomoCon, but I let my red shell do the talking, especially in Third Harbor.
Nah, it's all jokes. No beef in case that was in any way a concern for anyone. It's just vibes. But yeah, no, either way, to seriously answer your question. Okay, I want to repeat the question again.
What are the keys to success in a free-for-all format like this, especially when you know you're up against super tough competition? How do you play? What is your mentality like?
Great question. I admit I got carried away when I saw the opportunity to make that joke. But
Nice ego,
with
bro.
that said, I definitely think in these lobbies, front running is going to be a massive thing. You already see Gyarados in first place here with the 10 coins and now the double protection, looking to further solidify that lead. And the thing with front running is, okay, well, there's the blue shell, so we can talk a bit about that. Now, obviously, Gyarados is pretty close to second place, or who was in second place, getting blued as a result. And the shot coming in as well. Got a couple of people dodging up. But I would say what makes front running, even in first place, really good, well, I would say especially in first place, is that if you can gain a lead, yes, you will probably get blue shelled, but if you have that lead, it's not going to really matter too much if you get blued, because, you'll only drop to like second or third. So,
super dead here.
Spicy, we got a lot going on. Talk to me about Gyarados' situation.
Well, he's in a rough spot right now. Double item box here in 11th place. Has plenty of shrooms, but the golden mushroom, arguably the worst item in the game, especially right now.
Dude.
If he gets shocked right now, I'm going to quote it right now. This is why we stopped defending the golden mushroom. It doesn't have to be right here. You gotta make something work out of it, though. And actually getting all the way up into 6th place. Okay, the golden mushroom did something. Our starter bill would have been better, but golden mushroom gets a slight pass today.
Exactly. People watching, don't get the wrong idea. Just because he got winning music, mostly because of the golden mushroom, doesn't mean that it's all of a sudden a good item. Because I think we can all agree we would want a star or a bullet bill in that situation. Isn't that right, Bubbles?
Sure.
You saw how close. Did you see when he was goldening how close those stars and those triple shells were? That could have easily been just another clip to add to the case file of ban the golden mushroom, please get it off my screen. But
it's so funny.
He's a good player, so he threaded the needle on Cheap Beach. That last part where the track is so thin, so tight, was able to get all the way up to 6th place. We'll see if those points end up mattering at the end of the day. At the end of this set of 12 races.
Well, hey, man, I'll tell you what, Bubbles, you get a pass on, everyone gets a pass, but the point is, you've been commentating for this entire tournament, so, can't be perfect with the commentary. I have my slip-ups as well. I mean, when I was just introing the stream, I went on a tangent for far too long, and I can fully admit that. So, you know what? We keep the vibes going. We're gonna mess up our commentary for fun every now and again, and that's what it's all about. Spicy, talk to me about Water Park. How are we feeling about this track?
I won't lie. I'm one of the few water park enjoyers still left in 2024. I know we have another 48 tracks here with the booster course pass, but there's some sentimental value on here. Generic name doesn't matter. The course is pretty generic, but I will still enjoy this course. Pretty fun to run at times. You don't want to trick off here. Tricking is bad. Keep that in mind as well. So gotta be seen just Gyarados just run up here, see if he can stay alive at this point, because you can just break away if you're able to maintain tops, just utilize some great driving, or you get trailed out for fun, and that's just how the game goes sometimes.
And now Gyarados is going to have to pivot from that front-running strategy to bagging. This is not the most conventional bagging track, as there
You know
aren't a
what?
lot
That's
of
fair.
opportunities
Got
to
his revenge.
really leverage your items. No bill
And I missed
extensions.
block 'cause of
There's
it.
only that one tiny shortcut before the last
Oh, is that
turn, so
shock?
you
That is
can't
shock.
really do too much with that. But regardless, in the nature of Mario Kart 8
Nice.
Deluxe and their with a shock dodge just like that, that's gonna help Gyarados quite a bit. But like I was saying, in the nature of this game in particular, with there being double items and just with the how the
Problem is
item
I
system
didn't
works,
really do much by dodging there.
there aren't many
just
tracks
kept myself in the
at
way,
all,
basically.
really, if any, where bagging can't really work
boy.
out for you almost no matter what. There are tracks where front running's better, but you could always make
Not
something
starting
work
here.
with bagging. Isn't that right, Bubbles?
That
My
is
star would go to
absolutely
the
correct.
glider,
You know,
and
I
I
was
was
wondering how far back
I'm not gonna start here either. Actually, no,
he was in the reality of the race, but the shock dodge didn't really do much for him. Only moved him up one spot, but moved him close enough to the pack where he's making his move right now up the giant turn on the water park. We'll see if he can finish strong.
A very good point with those 10 coins and honestly
That's-
quite a cheese.
Ooh.
5th place triple shrooms. That fire is not going to do too much. Gyarados getting back into 8 coins and keeping the triple shrooms.
I get
And
6
now with
here,
the triple
I'm
nans,
lucky.
as long as they are not the worst item in the world, which can
But I
sometimes
got
be the case,
planted on the line,
he
that
gets
sucks.
planted on. Oh my!
Oh,
What?
that's really
He got
unfortunate.
eaten for dinner.
Dude! Gyarados became the full course meal
Oh.
on that final straight. That is crazy. Now,
Ouch.
Spicy. Gyarados is now on 9 points after 2 races, but we still have 10 races to go. If you could give me
I changed
one or
the shrimp
two
in the
key
hopes of
things
getting
that
more
Gyarados
shrimps,
is going to
but-
have to do to propel himself back
cigar.
up into the top 6 and, get himself comfortable there, what would you say those 1 or 2 things would be?
I think the big thing is just keeping your cool, maintaining composure. This game is very frustrating. The first 2 races don't go your way, but that's okay. He's picking Waluigi Stadium. Of course, that's really strong in those back spots. You have access to coins, have access to a shroom if you pull a first set. Assuming things go your way, that's your chance to punch your ticket back in, get up into top 6. The big thing here, there's 12 races now in semifinals, so you have a little more leeway to make up for a rougher start here, but you got to keep it one race at a time. Figure something out now, and then just work your way back into this. You still have something to do. You know you're a good player, but it's all about making the adjustments, resetting the mental now.
I definitely, there's a lot of truth to that. And I especially think in rooms like these where naturally as the tournament progresses, you are going to see the skill
thing
gap
is about this round is we
naturally,
have 12 races,
compress quite a
so-
bit. And now that we're in the semifinals,
If we get a bad GP, it's not like
you
the
may
end of
be
the
able to
world.
look at particular players and say, okay, yeah, this player will probably advance. This player will probably do really, really well. This player may struggle. The reality is, when the skill gap is this close, yes, maybe the best players in the room, like, Gyarados and Ryan, maybe on a most case basis, they would perform really, really well. But that doesn't
yeah.
mean that the keywords there are most case. That's what it is. It's not all the time. So, like you were saying, Spicy, you gotta take it one race at a
Interesting.
time. And Waluigi Pinball, a bit of a wild card
absolutely
track.
launch
Bubbles,
this.
talk to me. How do you feel about Waluigi Pinball and
Avoid the
maybe
fire.
Gyarados'
Oh, there's a
potential
nan
strategy
there.
here?
I didn't think he'd...
I love this
Drop
track.
it tight.
Very front-running heavy track. Unfortunate Fire has to throw the bomb away. The pinballs are the main deciding factor here. The main factor if you know the track inside and out. And that's something you're going to need to know if you're
Man,
going
I'm
to do
just
well at this
missing
track.
coins for no reason.
This is a front-running heavy track. There are no shortcuts, which means it's up to you
I think
and
I
your
just keep
coin count
going.
and your ability to
Actually,
drive
no, I
to
can
stay at
bag.
the front. We saw Gyarados play
that
this
far behind
in
first.
either round 1 or round 2 earlier, where he was able to completely front run the entire thing, even with a blue shell coming out, was still able to finish in first place. But now playing it
Oh,
from
I
the
think I'm gonna
back,
have to use
especially
this.
when you were mentioning before, the skill gap is a lot closer together. It's going to be
it's back into
very,
the hole.
very difficult to work his way back up into the top.
It's a very good point. But with that in mind, he will definitely struggle with that because, like we talked about in Water Park,
Okay.
that
Do not
track
wanna deal with
definitely more
being
front running
glued
heavy.
there.
There's only one big, only one small shortcut on that
Nice.
track. This track is no shortcuts.
What a
There's
pull.
already that struggle, but Gyarados with the 10 coins
So
and
good.
having another star, maybe it'd be better
is
for
where
him
I
if it
use
wasn't his
this.
first slot, but he
Second
does
set,
have the
first
star
set.
to use right away and has the
I
shrooms
think
after
second
if
set.
need be. So going into
That'll be
lap
pretty
3,
chaotic.
7th place, which
I'm
may
gonna
be on the
use
lower
first.
end, but he has 10 coins
Okay, yeah.
and star triple
right ahead,
shrooms.
good sir.
Spicy. What spot do you
Go to
think
town.
Gyarados is getting here?
He's definitely looking at a spot to
town.
potentially either
Get
go
him.
into like a top 3. He wants winning music. That's the big thing here. He's having a
not
hard
throwing any
time to push
reds.
up because there are triple reds
my
in 4th
God.
place.
Oh my god!
What insane X Games style dodge here that still has the star
Do you
in
start
4th.
now?
You don't know if there's a potential for a second shot coming in through maybe in here in the dodge, and we're going into this last set. Let's see what happens here.
Yep, Gyarados hanging in there, avoiding
Watch
the
his
pinballs,
hands.
avoiding the bomb. He's very lucky to not be in the pack because it can get very chaotic when you're
back by the
there.
line on-
And he's all good.
on the line
Get
by
backs to the
anyone.
greens, uses the horn just to be safe, even
Not
though he
backed
didn't
by
need
the
to,
line on
and
anyone.
locks in a 3rd place. And now he's only 2 points
is
below
good.
6th place
Hey, we're top
average.
6.
So,
Holy shit.
and just like that, he's in 6th place. So he's making his way back up. And I gotta say, Bubbles, this is already proven to be, quite a back and forth type situation for a free-for-all, and you never know what's gonna come next.
This is such a feel-good race for Gyarados, especially since he got hit out to the back to start the race on, as we all know, a front-running heavy track. And after those last 2 races, Spicy was talking about the mentality. You got to keep believing in yourself, bounce back, do what you can.
Am I the
And
favorite?
that avoiding
I
that
don't know. Is
bomb,
there anyone-
I still don't know how he
guess
didn't
if you go by
get
MMR,
exploded by that
that might be
bomb,
the
but
highest
avoiding
for
that
the
bomb and
tournament, but I doubt it.
precisely surgical precision, working way back up to the front,
Gotta be something
was
that's
the
higher than
key,
me.
and he executed perfectly on that and got some much needed 10 points in 3rd place. This may be the start of a beautiful comeback.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, absolutely. And given the nature of this game, with there could be multiple shocks in play, you'll see typically 1 or 2 shocks per race, and then the ghost factor as well. You may think that in most cases, Gyarados would not have profited from holding a star for that long because of the ways you can lose your item in this game. But sometimes, as he showed last race, it is very much worth it to take that risk if you can see, the future there. If you use your star too early, maybe you won't even get that good of a race relative to if you hold it and get shocked, get punished for it.
Nice.
So
Pulling corners,
now he's on
really good.
DK Jungle, full send,
Blue?
front running track. Spicy,
Blue,
how
don't
we
do
feeling
it,
about
don't pass
DKJ?
me.
Loving
Got
DKJ
it.
here as the option, especially here for Gyarados. Now able to
good.
chain into that double item box as well, barely avoiding that trail. And you want to just see
A
him
very close
maximize the driving opportunities as well,
Whoa, okay.
especially not tricking when not needed, just using the acts
today,
of these
buddy.
mini turbos. And it's so clutch here, already on 10 coins,
never mind.
having
Ooh!
up once again, just gets greened
off the
out.
track.
And that is just so unfortunate. You can do
gonna keep going
everything
'cause
right, but
I think Gecko's
sometimes an
gonna be
item
worth
just
it.
flies
Just
in your
kidding.
general direction and you get hit out, but it's still
keep going.
maintaining a top spot.
Yeah, that was a lethal green shell to hit Gyarados there. And now the
Oh,
green
wow,
shells
I guess.
all
Oh,
over. That was a green shell sandwich. Nice sandwich between an even worse situation. A boomerang in front and triple greens behind them.
Oh,
So
he threw it forward.
if he can survive...
Oh
Oh,
my
is that
God.
2 sets of triple greens behind him?
Oh,
That is ridiculous, dude.
away.
Bubbles, if you're in that
I
situation,
might get
tell
lag
me,
trailed.
are you confident that you can stick it out, or
No.
are you just accepting your fate?
No, I'm panicking. I'm writing my will. I'm
Nice.
thinking about who I want to inherit my teddy buggy and all my possessions because I am gonna just keel over and die.
Let's go.
Triple
Just backs out.
shells in front of and behind me, and like multiple boomerangs. How is this man still alive?
If there's a blue, I just
Yep, and one way or another, those triple shells weathering that storm. Now he's the
I'm just gonna
one
hold these.
with
Oh,
triple
he's
green
off.
shells. Was in third,
Okay, never mind.
still
He's
is in
sliding.
third.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, bit of lag here and there. We do a little bit of lagging.
Just clears all
That
bananas
was
without
some
hitting
tough
them.
bananas to avoid, but now Spicy, we see
that's very,
Gyarados
very
in
good.
third, 10 coins with some pretty good
Back up.
items. He's looking pretty good to do well this race once again.
Yeah, maybe opted to play a bit defensive here, just holding on to defense in 3rd place. Gonna look the chain, I think here. Yep, does so indeed. Might be able to steal 2nd or 1st. Has the rank. Fires 1 shot up. Is able to connect. No green shell coming
That's
this
one
time
LP.
here.
Oh my God.
And does not get backed here as Gyros able to secure
Very,
2nd.
very
And
nice.
after a rough 2 first
nicely
races,
played second.
responds
just
beautifully.
can't talk today. It's
22
ridiculous.
points between the last 2 alone.
And just like that, now he is performing above the 6th place average. He may still be, more in the middle than he wants to, but when you factor in that he didn't really have a good start, him being on 31 after 4, if he can continue with this momentum, as you said, Spicy, he's on 22 points in the last 2 races. If he can further propel himself with this momentum, he's going to be in a fantastic spot. Isn't that right, Bubbles?
That was an amazing display of driving and just staying calm under pressure. I put my hand over my heart during that race. My BPM is through the roof right now. Like I would have died for sure during that race. But the ability to stay calm, cool, and collected and perform, even squeaking out a second place, sniping out the current second place and moving up with that rang at the end of the race, that was absolutely clutch. But still lots of races to go, and it is still technically anyone's game.
The reality is it's never over till it's over. It's you have not gotten hit until you see your character spin out. That is the reality. And Gyarados, you know, he weathered that storm 1000%, and it paid off big time with a second place. Now we are on a massive wild card track. I've even called this track just a longer Donut Plains 3 in the event that there's a shotgun Donut Plains 3. So, like, that's a bit... It can be a bit of a disaster sometimes with DK Mountain. But it's definitely anyone's race right out of the gate, because you never know what can happen on this track. And Spicy, I gotta say, it's been a super fun semifinal so far. I'm looking forward to seeing how this race pans out.
Same here, and there's a lot of different ways this race can pan out here. Gyarados finally getting on that rock cut. He's been struggling that, I think, in the first round, but has now been able to do so here and maintaining top spots, but getting trailed out every time. It feels like we see Gyarados in a top spot. He gets hit out fairly early, now having to play from the back instead of front running. But Golden, followed by Bill, has options to start catching up now. Could make something happen, barring no shot happens while the Golden is in play.
Exactly, dude. This stupid item, I'm telling you, it needs to just go, dude. Dude, we talked about how, like, you know, removing particular items when custom items became a thing in Wave 3. We talked about how, you know, removing even just one item can completely reshape how the item distribution is put together. Let's be real. I think we can handle losing the Golden Mushroom. That's the way I'm seeing it. Bubbles,
Agreed.
You gotta agree with me, right?
Agreed. At least I would change it in a way so it would be used like the Fire Flower, right? A certain amount of charges, maybe.
I wasn't gonna dodge that shock regardless, so...
Shock comes in. That's gonna be... Well, good for Gyarados, because he's still able to make that shortcut. I would say overall, probably pretty good for him, because he's back at the 10 coins, getting a lot of tricks there, too. I don't know how he managed to do all that. I've never been able to figure out getting the double tricks at the same time situation, but... Another Golden Mushroom!
No. Get it out of my game.
Realistically, he probably was going to...
Oh, no!
There it is. There it is.
Oh, no!
Here's the thing. He might have build after... He might have wanted to build after the cannon anyways, but if he were to do that launch bill thing where, like, you keep all your bill speed after the cannon glider, then he would have dodged that shock and he had no golden, but you never know for sure. Either way, looking pretty decent here. I mean, the blue shell is not going to be useful for him, but the triple shrooms absolutely will be. Granny Boy 47's out of here, and Gyarados now... Oh, he hits Rodham Wash with the blue shell, getting that 5th place, and that's another above-average race for him. He is slowly but surely making the first 2 poor performances for him in the first 2 races not seeming that important, Smiley.
I've ever done in my life.
You know,
Smiley, spicy.
I was thinking at the end of the race, I was proud of myself for thinking, you know, he could use this blue shell to, like, maybe get somebody and catch them unawares. And that's exactly what he did. It's like I was saying before, every item box is an opportunity. And that blue shell was used exactly as intended. Very nice job.
Well, every item box is an opportunity indeed. Or lack thereof if you pull a golden frickin' mushroom. So there's that.
I would say don't get me started, but you got it covered. Completely covered. The entire video's on it.
We are golden mushroom haters, very reasonably so, in this department. Isn't that right, Spicy?
Also, if you're here and you're not subscribed...
Yeah, cannot stand the golden mushroom in this game. Like, the more you play the game, the more you realize how overrated the golden is. And you saw it happen. He gets shocked out of it, shocked with a bill in pocket, and unfortunate things happen here. Just he didn't get the items he needed all the time, but he still was able to pull off a top spot. Going into Maple Treeway now too, another longer track in the game, has those cannons which could really change things up, especially regarding the item sets. So really curious to see what happens here, especially because Gyarados now has quite a bit of momentum and could really end the first half in a strong position.
Yep,
I got
we're
one
going to
of you.
see what happens. He has acquired himself 30
Please don't
points
unsubscribe. Please-
in the
please don't
last
unsubscribe,
3
guys.
races. Those 3
I'll do it.
races alone, if you were to multiply that by 4 for 12
anyways.
races, that's 120 pace. So he's doing really, really well to right the wrongs
Alright,
of
listen.
the first 2
No.
races and going in the
Bad.
Maple Treeway. If he can weather the storm of the beginning and stay in, second place, maybe drop down 1 spot at worst, maybe even get in the first, we'll see what happens. Then Bubbles, I definitely think Gyarados
nice.
will be looking really
I
good
won't be
to
first,
get
though.
another
I am
good
first.
race.
That
I
shroom
think he
was
would just straight up
so
failed.
beneficial, and that actually just
it's
changes the
really
entire dynamic of this race, because playing in first is so different from playing just behind first, because no longer does he have to watch out for backs from first place. He's the head honcho now, and with double defense, he's looking pretty good. Looking for a horn in hand. Again, like Spicy said, very long track, very high chance for a blue shell, especially with all the item boxes on the side. We'll see what he does after what I think is an inevitable blue shell.
So I just
Yeah, you see Gyarados backing his stuff.
comes.
I think his objective right now, because he clearly does intend to keep front running, his objective
Oh, I
right now.
don't.
Oh, it's a fantastic pull by Gyarados. That
Unfortunately,
is
it wasn't
probably
combat.
best case
Yeah, I was gonna
scenario
say
for
Shock.
him.
Oh.
And that is worst case scenario for him.
But it's okay. This is fine, Shock.
Dude, that was spicy, but in the way that, we're not about it. Isn't that right, Spicy?
Honestly, yeah, you literally have everything you ever wanted in first
Double
place there.
triples.
You have the bomb, you have the horn, and then
Excellent.
shock happens, and that's just how the game goes sometimes. Gyarados still, though,
I'm in a
holding
decent
on to
spot,
a
not a
really
great one,
solid
but
spot, has a Shroom as
it work.
well, going into
Especially
lap
with
3,
this.
should be
Just
able to take this
kidding.
cut. Bar I was
Oh.
going to say, right before
Yup,
getting
that's what you
ghosted,
think.
and that happens right there. So unfortunate. The commentator's curse actually it gets starred for fun as he goes into there,
really
but
sucks.
has a crazy 8 in pocket, and they might need to do something, especially here on lap 3.
Every setback provides an
No, he's literally
opportunity.
about to-
And that is a very big
That's
setback for
fine, man.
Gyarados. Oh my goodness. He is going to be...
Yeah, that's a good
Okay,
pull.
he gets the bill. Like I said, I took it back in the moment.
Thank
Or
you
I
for
said that
your
was a really big
casting
setback.
points,
But even
appreciate
then,
it.
that really big setback with
Wait,
the
I'm in
shock.
such a good spot.
Wow, he's
I'm in
looking
step
really good
7.
right now. If
Yes.
he can gain like 1 or 2 more spots, then he'll be really set to
No,
bill. Oh,
that's so
that is
annoying.
very unfortunate, isn't it, Bubbles?
That is a
That
race
really
killer.
sucks.
This was
Oh, I know,
such
gonna
a
be-
different race if he doesn't get hit, because now the bill ends early and he has to just salvage from the bottom now.
Yep,
Oh,
that'll do
no.
it. Still making his
Okay,
way
I
up,
salvaged
though.
7th
Gets
out
to
of that
7th
still.
place. Honestly, bearing in mind everything that
green
was going
sucked.
against him that race,
If I didn't get green
you
though,
take
it's
7th
probably
place
gonna
all
get
day, don't you,
top 4.
Spicy?
Oh yeah,
Very
that could have
unfortunate.
been so much worse. And I remember just thinking about it like that, especially in FFA. A last place or like a bottom 3 spot in any race really kills a lot of momentum. And you go from having like you're kind of comfortable in your position and overall in the room. But when you have a disastrous race like 10, 11, 12, then you really start to worry. And like your pace is much different than it is if you were to secure something like 7th, which not obviously ideal, but you're still salvaging more points in the end. And especially when you look at how close this room is, every point really begins to matter. And now going into the second half, it's gonna set up for one heck of a final half.
Couldn't have said it
Yo, this
any
is
better myself.
time.
In the situation of Gyarados, he did get the losing music that race, but he still got the 7th place, and he's on 45 after 6. If he can maintain that pace, he's looking at 90 points. And realistically, you get 90 plus, there's no chance you're not making it to finals. That's just the main idea. So, Bubbles, I definitely think if Gyarados can keep this going, keep building off of the momentum that he has started since race 3, then he'll be looking really, really good to make a finals appearance.
It's going to be very hard to keep this momentum with this track pick. As you guys know, very experienced players, Rainbow Road from the 3DS is a very polarizing track. Lap 1 is such an important part of this track. I said before, the most important parts of each race are the first and last 15 seconds, but the first 15 seconds of this race are so important. You want to establish a top spot, and that's what he will need to do to keep this momentum going, and he's doing it. Look at this.
Yep, doing it beautifully too. Those triple nanas. Oftentimes, triple nanas can be a really
first or second?
frustrating
I can't
pull
really tell.
because
Okay, now
a
I'm
lot of
first.
the times it just won't work. But in a situation of being around the pack and trying to establish yourself in the very front, Spicy, there's no other way of saying it. Gyarados had a
I'm also gonna
fantastic
keep this.
section 1 there, and he's looking really good
And
going
just
into
let
section
Sweet
2.
pass at some point.
And despite starting off in a mid spot, the extra coins actually helped him out quite a bit here.
All right,
Already
now,
now
though,
on
it's too
10 and
tight.
has double defense in this spot. Great position to be in if you're Gyarados.
is
Now
way,
it's just a
way
matter
too
of seeing,
tight.
can you hold on
Okay,
to this?
he's used his
We've been
shroom.
seeing the blue shells come
has
out
another
here.
one.
I'm watching that mini map, trying to see if anything's going to be happening, especially because second
at
place
this point,
is
I'm just gonna
fairly
take the
close
blue
right
if it
now
comes.
in case you need to back out. But at this point here, the driving
Just
is
kidding,
just
I'm letting him
optimal
pass.
up to this
This is all on
point.
purpose, guys,
But
don't
now
you worry.
falling into second here, still in a great position overall, especially knowing that we haven't seen a shock, we haven't seen a blue yet.
Look at
Yeah,
this.
dude. And I'll just say it right here. Don't let Spicy talk about how well people are doing, because the moment you mentioned that the
So
driving
true.
was optimal, he fell through the trick section.
This
The
is so
struggle is
nerve-wracking.
real, man. But hey, you know, it is what it is. Commentator's curse once again rises, but Gyarados
first
still
here.
doing really, really well, second place.
remember
And
what
hey,
behind
12 points is 12 points. And
He's getting
when,
first,
Yeah,
right?
when you're turning 45 into 57, and
No.
okay, not quite 45 to 60,
was
but
terrible of me.
45 to 57. That is still
That's just a
very, very
free 3
good,
points that I
and
did not
he
get.
is further
That's
establishing
okay.
himself
We're still third,
above the
but,
mid pack.
yeah, that's actually kinda bad.
Unsee is on 54 points.
I'm only 8 points
Timeless
left instead of-
in 7th, just 5
Yeah,
points
11.
behind. Very, very close stuff, clearly. And yeah, Bubbles, this is one hell of a semifinals.
That was a very
True,
exciting end game and another mental battle that we saw, just like last round, Zale on Mario Kart Stadium, when to throw the red shell. We knew that first place was defenseless, but Gyarados was debating in his head, do I protect myself from third, or do I launch the red shell now and take out first place? And he just barely waited a little bit too long, could have had 3 extra points, but we can see the timing of every single decision mattering for the point distribution. And again, we'll see if this loss of 3 point matters in the long run. Speaking of long run, Royal Raceway, pretty long and interesting track to drive.
This is one of the most underrated tracks in the game, in my opinion.
Agreed.
I've always thought Royal
So agreed,
Raceway
yeah.
was like super duper fun. And I mean, hey, you know, I think we alluded to this point in
It's
one
a
of the
good pace,
earlier
it's just,
races.
like,
You know,
everyone else has
actually,
good
yeah,
points.
Water Park, because you know, Spicy,
need
you
to
were
be,
talking about
on my
how
game.
you know you were one of the couple people who really like Water Park. You think it's underrated kind of thing. And I think what it boils down to is, ironically, a lot of these older tracks that you don't see as often, Water Park, Thwomp Ruins, Royal Raceway, maybe like Bone Dry, maybe not Bone Dry Dunes, but like you get the idea. Like some of the older tracks, OG tracks in this game that you don't see as often. Ironically, they actually kind of feel like new tracks when you play them, because you very rarely see them online. You know, it makes them feel even more new than tracks like DK7 and Mushroom Gorge that came out pretty recently. So to be on Royal Raceway,
Yeah, I had to
Spicy,
space
I
out from
think
the
this
horn
track
and the red.
is very all over the place,
That's okay.
unpredictable. You never know, but it's in a fun
Okay.
way, in my opinion. And
a
I'm looking forward to
great
seeing how this race
comeback,
pans
so-
out.
Yeah, I would agree. The thing
I
about
like the
Royal is
man
that you
up
can
there.
play
That's
this in
fine.
so many ways. You can front run this course
Everyone's
like
bagging up
crazy,
the blues. I
but you
gotta
can
wait
also
longer.
catch up and bag in the back. It's one of my favorite things about Royal. The flexibility that really comes through on this track here. Just knowing that no matter what spots you're in, it feels like you're in a good spot for the most part. You're able to chain items in the back right now, as
Oh, I did
Gyarados
not
able to do.
think-
Unfortunately,
Ooh.
not able to do actually. But now
That's
he's
fine,
able
though.
to get into this double item box and now potentially set themselves
I
up.
think
You're
I'm
watching
taking
that
the
pack
double
though.
here.
It's really starting
All
to
the cops
grow,
got
starting to
glider.
spread out,
They're
and you're
pretty far
wondering
ahead.
what's going to be happening here at the end of lap 2.
Well, really good for Gyarados with the pack, you know, becoming more widespread, because now he can easily chain in the boxes and expect a star. Obviously, when the pack
Yeah,
is a lot
definitely chain this in the
closer,
first
if
set.
you're in the back, you start to wonder if you can keep pulling stars, or if you're just going to get 4 shrooms. And getting 4 shrooms is oftentimes just not what you want. That was honestly quite a lucky pull for Gyarados
Yes.
when you look at that mini map and see the pack. So, Bubbles, Gyarados is looking really good this race. Star in 9th place, right behind the pack. Let's see how he does.
Oh,
He's played it very well. I was thinking, when is the pivotal point of the
There's gonna be a
race?
lot of chaos
This
at
is
the
going to
end.
be
I feel
it.
like top
The
4
shock
here.
timer is up. It is available at this last set, although it's not good to go for these items on the last lap, as you're too busy catching
all
up.
gonna
The
go.
star coming in so clutch.
That's fine.
Big
place
5th
finish.
place for Gyarados. And that is going to, once again, contribute to a lot of the really good races that he's had, and now he's in 4th overall.
10 points
Flo
up on
in 6th with 56. Timeless only 1
might
point
stream them. I've been
behind
streaming for
with 55
whole day,
points.
basically,
Spicy. Here's the
really.
situation. Even though you have people like
Also,
Gyarados
yes.
who are like 10 points ahead of 6th and 7th, 10 points is not a lot when you factor in there's what, 4 races to go. You get 1 bad race. Gyarados gets 1 bad race. He's on 66. That's only 3 points ahead of 6th place average. Just like that. Now he's in contention to potentially not make it.
Yeah, it's really now a matter of keeping your foot on the gas. Just being aware. You have to keep playing smart. And keyword on playing smart here. You don't want to just start losing control of your items. You really want to maintain what you're doing right now. It's really trying to find consistency in a game that can feel incredibly inconsistent at times. And just trying to stay alive, really knowing where you are. The awareness is so pivotal because as you mentioned, if you have one bad race, and especially if the players in the bottom
I'm
half
totally
really
down for this
start to
track.
have something good, then the entire room flips on its head, which is what you're going to be seeing a little bit of here as we go into Sunset Wilds.
Sunset Wilds is a very interesting bagging track, a lot of which is because of the last 2 ramps on the track, which definitely evens the playing field with players who maybe are goldening, which I mean, yeah, we all know how I feel about the gold frickin' mushroom.
yeah.
But even items like, triple shroom, stars, less bullet bills, basically everyone has to go off those 2 ramps. So it kind of nerfs the speed items in that regard. And even though it's still quite the bagging track with that in mind, if you are going into the ending sequence with maybe less favorable items, but you are more in the front, the odds of you getting passed up by people who are relatively close but have better items aren't as high. So, Bubbles, I think we're going to be looking at an interesting
good.
race here. But Gyarados not off to the absolute best start, but I mean, I'm just saying nothing stuff because he's
Oh, I
going to
gotta
get
go
2
for the
boxes
wider
here
point.
and he's going to be just fine. So,
Oh my
we'll see how he does.
I just woke up from a nap. I thought it was
Oh
safe
my
to take a
gosh.
nap when I saw Sunset
Ooh.
Wilds. This is an interesting poll. Do we chain here with everybody in
Oh,
dodges
yeah.
first?
Oh!
Oh
Yeah,
no!
Chuck,
Golden
Chuck,
mushroom!
too. Yeah, this is fine.
Oh, look,
No,
there it is.
we have to put emphasis on this, man. Stop defending the golden mushroom. If there are any golden mushroom defenders in this chat, I hope you really took in that moment because Gyarados could have shocked, he could have goldened, and then that would have been better for him. But instead, he got pieced up, and now he is playing just catch
gonna
up
get something
from
good
there.
first set.
And he's not in
I
the
need first
absolute
shock,
best spot,
actually.
but he's still looking okay with the star. So, Spicy, we're going to see how
Right.
Gyarados can make this work.
Yeah, and there's access to a couple more item sets
guess I
here
just
as
gotta go for
well,
some
so there is a chance for him to maybe make something happen. Another
That's
golden
really
mushroom
good.
has
Goldens,
entered the
dude.
game, and now here on lap 3, this is where things become really interesting because he has no invincibility, and there's a
Oh!
star about to, and he's gonna
Oh,
get red
no.
shell as
Oh,
well.
that's a
He's
disaster.
And
Oh, yeah,
a disastrous
just
race.
kidding, he hit
Right
himself
after we
with
were
something.
talking about it,
What?
the entire room has now changed on its head after he gets 11.
Okay, my competition did
Oh
not
my
put
god,
back to
Timeless got a
races.
first
wait,
place, and now
wait.
he...
Oh, never
er,
mind.
now they are in
Uh-oh.
4th place. Gyarados in 6th now, but with that race, now there is a pretty big gap in between top 6 and bottom 6 because Gyarados
mean,
in
I
6th
didn't
place,
even play that
67,
wrong.
Flo in
in front of me,
7th,
Chuck.
60 points, or 60 points, so 7-point gap there. There you have it. So Flo is now in a pressure situation where they have to get, a really good race to really establish themselves in that
God,
top
Yellow
6.
took
You
the
never
lead.
know
We
what can
were- we were,
happen.
like,
So
55 away.
Bubbles, that we
Close.
definitely have some interesting races ahead of us. And for those who are in like 7th or 8th or 9th, if 8th and 9th are close, didn't quite get a chance to check, those players are going to have to get some big races because otherwise we may have a clear-cut top 6, but you never know.
And I think it depends on a lot on the track that gets picked, because Sunset Wilds is so polarized. It's just a weird track, right? So much happens on lap 3. First can be half a lap ahead. It's just pure chaos, especially when you can't dodge the first shock because you're too busy trying to get rid of your golden mushroom. But like we said, and like you said before that race, all it takes is one bad race and to set him back. And that's what Gyarados had for the first 2 races. And then right there, he's on the bubble with 3 races to go. It's time to lock in. And on Madrid, it's a lot easier to do that as this puts a lot more emphasis on driving ability and game knowledge.
Absolutely. Gyarados definitely going to be one of the players to really leverage the nature of this track and what it takes to do well here. Me personally, I'm not the biggest fan of this track, but I understand I am in the minority here, so I will take that on the chin. It is what it is. But in terms of right now, Gyarados is going to be playing a bit for the back, but this is one of the longer tracks in the game, so he will definitely have many opportunities to bring himself back. And it could be early, it could be late, but Spicy, one thing we know for sure is that Gyarados is going to be in this race to win or do well pretty much the entire time.
There's like a running lobby anyways, so...
Pretty much here, yeah, and you see that he fought his way all the way up into a 5th place position here. Also has a triple bananas in pocket, which is really pivotal here, just to give that protection, because he's been having a rough time just getting comboed, especially in these narrow sections, as Madrid shows right here. Bit of a narrow section here, and just seeing who's going to be able to stay alive. He manages to do so beautifully. Now has 10 coins, able to trail, and is not going to get trailed out, but there's a horn in 2nd place, and you see the spacing just to be safe right now, because protecting spots is just so important.
Yeah, that was really well played by Gyarados to just make sure. But it may come back to bite him. Yep, that'll do it. It's not going to be the biggest step back for him. And he could maybe even get some shrooms this set. Now he's at 9, so he's actually looking really good. But you never know with the pack. He could pull 4 shrooms this set. And if he pulls 4 shrooms, like he just did, it's going to make catching up, especially while getting hit, a bit tougher for him, Bubbles. This is not going to be easy for him by any stretch.
Part of playing each race is identifying the opportunity to catch up, and he wasn't able to take the big shortcut on section 2, so that was not an option. Not only that, got hit out on the side, and so there's only one spot left to catch up, and it is right now, and it depends on this item.
Ooh! That was a nasty green shell that landed on Gyarados, but he still has the coins and the shrooms to help him out here. Barely getting started is going to really hurt him here. And now, oh no, that's another red shell, and he's chaining 2 bad races in a row. Now he is under 6th place average, and he might actually be at risk of not advancing. He is at risk of not advancing, because now Spicy, he is smack dab in the middle. It is crazy how just 2 races can change everything for someone.
And you not only just for Gyarados, but you look at the rest of that pack. It's like 5, 6, 7, 8 are separated by like 7 points or something, and it's so close. It really feels like anyone's game. And now we only have like 2 races left. It's really a matter of resetting everything here, knowing that yes, had a rough chain of 2 races, but this feels like a similar situation to what we saw going into race 3, and we saw what happened there for Gyarados. Now it's a matter of repeating that, seeing what can we do. We got 2 races left, lock in, and try to take back our spot in finals.
As long as there's an opportunity to score a lot of points, then there's always opportunity to make a statement in this room. Gyarados can still score as high as, I believe, 99, even though he is now below the 6th place average and is in 7th overall. He is definitely going to have to stay dialed in, keep calm, cool, collected, as Bubbles was saying earlier on in this semifinal room, because that's what got him from 9 points to 31 points or so after, you know, from 2 races to 4 races. If he gets that, once again, then that would be him ending on like 91, which would pretty much guarantee him a spot in the semifinals. So, Bubbles, if we're being real, I would say this race is more important to Gyarados than even race 12. Obviously, you never know, but we'll see what happens.
Every race matters, and every point matters. And we were saying before about some of those other race results. We'll see if that point total and those missing points that he could have capitalized before comes into play. And I think it will. And you know what I'm missing? You know what I'm not seeing from Gyarados that we were seeing during those like 3rd to 6th races? Is that control. I think he's rushing himself too much and trying to get up back in the spots. I think he's going too fast. He's rushing it. He's forcing it too hard and not being patient enough.
It's very difficult to, you know, really take in situations like that when, you know, it's closer. Here's the situation. I think when you get to like the middle of the of the round, then it's like you feel as though you have more confidence in what you can expect because you have
That's
an idea of how
really
you've
bad.
been doing. You think you can replicate
I
that
just have
very
the whole
easily.
piece.
And I think subconsciously it can
think that
lead
goes
to
fire.
you not thinking through situations the same way that you would in the early stages. And Gyarados' objective right now, Spicy, is definitely
Oh my
going
God,
to
I'm
be, you know, resetting that frame of mind and doing the
Yeah, we
best he
gotta take
can. And
advantage
he's looking
now.
pretty good here. 3 Shroom, 7th place, 9 coins. And yeah,
That really
one
sucks.
Shroom down, but I think he can definitely still do well here.
The important thing
need.
is he can take this cut up ahead and maybe steal a couple spots. Having to dodge that
Survive
horde,
with the
and he's
greens!
actually able to still stay alive. And a 5th place is solid.
Okay,
Winning
let's get
music
to
is big.
something.
Extra 8 points here, but
Competition's
it's a
about to
matter
get
of
racing
seeing
again.
how else did the rest
I
of
am
this
6th.
pack stick out. And he now has a
And if
bit
you
of a
beat L
cushion,
next race,
only
that's
a
all I need to
4-point
do.
cushion though,
If I
over
beat
7th
LA,
place.
I move on.
So, with that said, 5 of the players who have made it to, the top 5 have made it to.
Would've been so
I'm
nice
sorry,
to
I'm
get,
just
like, a
getting
third
the
there
results up
for
on my
extra
phone real
cushion,
quick.
but
Bear with me. Okay, so
Fine.
Wildfire,
All
who
right,
I
where am I
believe
gonna just
is Ryan.
win?
I believe that's Ryan. Cold Palmer, who is Huey. We got Timeless, Onsi, 3DZ, 3DZ.
Yeah, I would
Those
really like
5.
those 3 extra points from
If Onsi or
Rainbow Road right
3DZ
now.
get last,
Those would be
then
so
at the
nice.
very worst, they tie for 6th place. Gyarados and L are the 2 that are really competing for that last spot. There's a 4-point gap between them. We're going to see what happens between those 2 because realistically, for this last spot in this room going
Let's drag
into the finals, it is between Gyarados and L.
Do I want to run or
The kind of competition you love to see coming into a final race situation. And this is a pretty good track to have it on. Very technical, very front run heavy, but again, anything could happen. And a missed no item shortcut in the middle could spell doom. This is very high pressure.
Dragon Driftway, pretty wild track to end on. One of the most uncommon tracks in the game, and there's a lot of tight sections here as well. So, Spicy, this race is going to be something else.
It will be, and you're really gonna watch this first section as people are gonna attempt to take the no items shortcut. What Dragon Driftway
Oh,
is
perfect spacing.
defined with, as Gyarados does so flawlessly there, is now able to get into another item box, but gets shoved, gets bumped out here, still maintaining that 5th place spot. But watch as L is in 3rd at this point here. You really want to make sure, watching those 2 players, who's going to be up in those top spots, who's going to be able to stay alive, especially knowing all the implications on the line right now.
Exactly. So I just checked the who L is. It's PPX, so it's between Gyarados and PPX for this last spot. PPX being L, of course. Gyarados right now, I think bagging here or like soft bagging. What a pull, dude.
Yikes.
That is just awful. You got to burn that golden right away and try to get something else. This is so interesting with Dragon Driftway. There's always such a significant gap. Oh my god! That is a good pull, and Gyarados, he didn't really have a choice on Sunset Walls, but he learned from that race. You don't want to hold a shock for too long. And I say he didn't have a choice because obviously Golden Mushroom held him back, but he had the opportunity there, leveraged it, and now he's looking really good going into lap 3. Still in 7th place, Bubbles, but he has the tools to go up even more.
Eyes on the minimap here. One of those 2 Yoshi, the black Yoshis in the top 3 is Gyarados' main competition. And this is not a good... This could spell doom for Gyarados. He has to...
Is that PPX right next to him? We don't really have a clear sight right now. I guess we're going to find out. Okay, no, we're definitely not going to be able to tell. It's
No
going to
mushroom.
come down to the wire. We're going to know who's going on between PPX and Gyarados. Oh my god!
No!
But that's L back here. I think Gyarados just made it. Did he get 9th? Is there any chance
it's
he
a
got 9th?
4-point difference.
Nope, that's it. It wouldn't even matter if he got 9th. Gyarados. Damn, Flo almost beat Gyarados to the punch. Gyarados, with only scoring 78 points, barely makes the cut to the finals. We got Wildfire or Ryan, Huey Gamer. I don't quite remember who Timeless, Onsi, or 3DZ are. I will get those names sorted out for you guys. And Gyarados advancing to the finals.
Wow. Just the impact the small decisions can make. He didn't get shrooms on the last set, which would have been so helpful in Dragon Driftway. But you think back to the other races, the little mistakes, the points missed out, they almost prevented him from getting a spot in the final round. But that was some great Mario Kart that we saw. The middle of the 12 races, races 3 through 7, played so well and contributed to that strong middle performance, got him through to the final round. Very impressive.
Absolutely. And I just got the names of the players who couldn't quite tell who they were relative to me names. We got, so Wildfire was not Ryan. Wildfire is actually Garchomp, who is much like Ryan, one of the best inside bikers in the game. And, you know, Garchomp making a statement there. You know, Ryan may have been seen as like the top guy kind of thing, or one of the top guys, but Garchomp coming in, stealing his thunder, and now Garchomp is the one who really turned up going into the finals. 3DZ being Ryan, and then we also got just A, nothing else, moving on to the finals, and we got X, who is Timeless, moving on to the finals as well. That was a really, really fun room to watch, Spicy, and Gyarados barely made it. That was a really fun watch.
Oh yeah, when you look at the ending result, Flu, I think, actually got third on Dragon Driftway. So really, I got in second. That would have changed a lot there, and that's so crazy. It's what you love about this game, at least from a spectator point of view, where you just have everything come down to the wire. You want things to come down to the race 12, where every spot is really mattering, and fighting for the last position to make it into finals is absolutely electric. What a set we just saw, but the greatest thing is that's not even finals. We still have more Mario Kart left to go.
That's exactly it, dude. And this is gonna be a super exciting finals. From room 1, we have Dash, Vantox, 07. I'll look up who 07 is. Don't quite recognize from the me name in particular. Let me take a look. Bear with me here. 07. Not 06. I looked up 6.
Is it P-Mercs?
Would it be?
Yes,
Like,
it's P-Mercs. Well, actually, no,
my
it's not.
guy.
No, it's not. It's just
Aw.
it's a long line of numbers.
Anonymous.
But but that player is making it to the finals. We also got, let me take a look here, Mudkey, Luckyo, and Nahil as well. I don't quite, let me check who Nahil is. Give me one quick sec.
Wow, this finals is going to be great.
Oh, it's just Nahil. Either way, we have our finals locked and loaded, and I am going to set up the finals room, and we're going to go for a break right now. So don't go anywhere. The finals of the Red Eagle $60 free-for-all, our second tournament, will be live before you know it. So don't go anywhere. Yes, sir. What's cracking, everybody? Hope everyone is doing well. We are going to be entering the finals for the second Red Eagle free-for-all. The winner, and only the winner, will take home $60. They could buy a game. They could do whatever they want with it. If it's not for a game, whatever the case is, 60 bucks for the winner. And I'm once again joined by the duo that you've seen all day. Eventually turned into trio, but where I'm referring them to a duo because I'm not naming a third person here because I've already announced myself. We got Bubbles and Spicy on the mic once again, and we are kicking off the finals momentarily. Bubbles, what are we thinking? What's this finals gonna look like? Who do you think is gonna take it home? If you had to guess, if you had to name someone.
If I had to name somebody, it's got to be Garchomp. I've seen Garchomp play in a lot of free-for-alls. They know how to play it. They know how to work it. Inward Bike, which could get counterpicked by a lot of meta tracks like DK Mountain. But I think they know how to play it. They know how to adapt. Gyarados, after watching that performance, I'm a little bit shaky, but everybody starts at 0 points, so anything could happen. But my pick, Gyarados. Garchomp.
That's so valid. I think for me, I definitely can rate the Garchomp pick because Garchomp had a really good performance in the semifinal room. For me, I am definitely thinking, Ryan is a really, really, really good player. I would not be surprised if he takes it home. And, you just got to hope. And for the kids at Garchomp as well, they definitely got to hope that they don't get the anti-inward tracks. That would definitely be pretty brutal. But this is not particularly anti-inwards, maybe not the absolute best, but DK Summit nonetheless. Spicy, how are we feeling about DK Summit?
Kind of similar to Royal Raceway earlier, DK Summit can be played in quite a few different ways here. You saw Dash, who's actually my pick to win the entire thing right now. He opted to play it from the back, just going for those items, just trying to chain them up here as well, because there's quite a few ways you can optimize your driving, yes. But there's certain things you can do with these items, like popping the Smart Steer Shroom Strat, as you saw right there. Quite a few ways to already get back into the pack, and now already having some extra coins as well, and a great pull here in 4th place. J-Dash in a great spot so far.
He's looking really, really good. The only fear here is, it is definitely a privilege having a star as high as 3rd place, but you also have to factor in that this track is very unpredictable when it comes to shocks. Maybe not exactly unpredictable, but you just never really know. There's going to be a shock at some point. Well, speaking of the devil, of the devil, Dash dodging in 3rd place, but his W's were not long lived, and now he's gonna be playing damage control as he's now down to 6th place. So I definitely think that he's not in an awful spot, Bubbles, but he's also not in the absolute most favorable position.
And now it's a matter of identifying the window to move up, and the window was not there, with surrounded by triple green shells and a red shell, and now a golden mushroom into blue shell. This is going to come down to this double box right here, and we're hoping for shrooms, hoping for not a bill in the first slot.
Absolutely, that's a pretty I was gonna say that's a good pull, but Dash getting starred there is definitely gonna hold him back quite a bit. He should still be fine to make something happen here, but never mind. Yeah, no, Dash getting absolutely obliterated on this track. I know DK Summit is not really his forte, but the bill at the very end definitely going to help him out quite a bit. And Gyarados getting a 4th place to open the show. Dash probably getting a low spot, but maybe not the worst spot ever. Getting 9th place there, yeah. And the heel taking 1st place. Vantox right behind him. So right out of the gate, Spicy. Crazy race, but we are just getting started.
Oh yeah, you knew that when we start off with Summit, it's going to be a crazy start, but there's still 11 races left to be played here in finals. So a lot of time to either extend your lead if you're one of the players who got a great race, or get a chance to come back here. Really curious to see what Gyarados is going to be picking here in the 4th place spot, going Waluigi Pinball, and you're seeing some other interesting track selections here. Couple Walu Stadiums, you see a Singapore brought out here, you even have Excite Bike, Trainbow, a lot of different options really here, just trying to see what's going to be benefiting to the strengths of each individual player.
Absolutely. We got a lot of running tracks showing up, which is definitely going to set the stage for what we can expect. We got a lot of players who, naturally, as we've talked about earlier in this tournament, naturally, when the tournament's earlier on, the skill gap is quite wide, but it's closed. It has closed a lot since round one. And now we're at the finals where everyone's in it to win it. And we're going to see a lot of front running, a lot of trying to really push up there, and a lot of contenders to really make a statement in this finals room. We're only one race in out of the 12. So, Bubbles, we have a lot to look forward to, especially on this silly Excite Bike Arena track.
As much as it is a battle of tech skill, I'm hoping Dash isn't too discouraged from that race result, because as he was holding the star, I thought he used it in the exact right place. It was a dodge, and we just see it's a game of inches. One little bump instantly shot him directly to the back, and it was such a battle climbing back up to a top spot, which he was just not able to do. And so again, as the racers get a feel for each other, once again, as we've noticed, is the trend. The first few races are just for feeling each other out, seeing if the plan is to run, to bag, stuff like that. Dash has to keep his confidence in his own ability to
Nice try,
just
Dash.
compete with the rest of this room, and I hope he does that.
That's exactly it.
Now the question is,
Excite
how
Bike
does he
Arena,
do it?
definitely a wild card track, but a lot of it is decided by your positioning going into the second half of lap 3. Because, I mean, I would say the second set on lap 3 is definitely annoyingly more important than the last set. Because if you can set yourself up to confidently shroom in that last shortcut, then you'll be setting yourself up a lot better to just do as well as you can in the race. Gyarados, not going to be relying on shrooming up at the end, and is instead going to be full send front running with a lot of coins to back himself up as well, and some good items as well. So Spicy, he's looking really good right now.
Yeah, fire as well as a bomb in first place is very devastating for the players behind, who don't know what's happening. There are multiple ways for Gyarados to defend himself here and also maximize the driving opportunities. You're watching to see if there's anything else that could potentially change the outcome of this race. You're going to see maybe a couple players start to shroom up, potentially
No, of
into the
course,
line.
yes.
Of
Oh!
the horde comes through, and that's going to be Timeless, potentially able to steal first place here as
Still got
Gyarados has
second,
to
though.
settle for second. But
He
the
gets the
horde,
best
of all
possible
things,
form,
is what ends up
unfortunately, so
changing the pace of that
sucks,
race
but
as Timeless
we're
gets
MVP,
first.
so that's pretty good.
And Timeless is getting that first place after a brutal 11th place to open the
I could've
show.
tried
So
to
now,
back my
just
bomb,
like
but
that,
it's risky.
Timeless is on 17 points, 3 points above that, what's that called? Above the 6th place
I might
average.
have to
And
back on my
Gyarados getting
fire,
2
or would've-
really solid
don't know.
races in a row.
Maybe it would've
And
been a good
as a
idea.
result, he has that crown. If he keeps
Especially
it
if you
going,
have
it's going to be
Shroom
very
Horn, so
tough.
I
But if
wanna
he keeps
be
it going, Bubbles,
careful for,
he's
like,
going to be
triple
looking
reds
really,
before.
really good to
I, s-
perform or even win.
I see this all the time in free-for-all tournaments, and it's happening again. There's a player who just barely makes it past like the second round, the semifinal round, and comes out of the gate flying in the finals. And that is what Gyarados is doing right now. 2 very strong performances in the right place at the right time, even though he was pretty much on the last turn of that Excite Bike Arena race. The one thing that could counter him was a side attack from a Shroom Horn. Still managed to hold on to second and maintaining a strong performance. But again, 10 races left, and this is a very interesting track, as we will see.
Mushroom Gorge will do it. Yeah, this is one of those tracks where you never really know what is going to happen. Definitely depends on if there is a shock, your situation going into the lap 3 gap jump. There's a lot of factors that go into it. And I'll tell you what makes Mario Kart 8 Deluxe so unique is that, well, what I should say is it can be really frustrating for the players, but it's really exciting for a viewer. Is you never know what's going to happen. When the skill gap is this compressed, you never know who's going to come out on top. And I think that is a great way to segue into, little tiny self-promotion or team promotion kind of thing. Guys, if you want to increase the stakes of what the players in the finals of a future Red Eagle tournament will be competing for, then make sure, if you want to support, to click the link in the description or in the pinned comment, and you can directly support, or you can directly donate to the next big tournament's prize pool. We're currently 72% of the way to the $1,000 prize pool, $720 in right now. And with your help, we could get there before you know it. So, yeah, man, lots of fun stuff to look forward to. Mushroom Gorge going quite like a Mushroom Gorge race, Dash in 11th place, but has the tools to catch up. Lots of coins and some good items as well. So Spicy going into lap 3, Dash is looking very nice.
We're waiting on the potential shock as well here because it hasn't been in play yet, but Dash popping the start early, and this set is really powerful, known for a lot of great pulls here.
Oh!
And dodge! J-Dash moving on up, has double shrooms as well as a start in second place. Vantox holding on the first right now, but J-Dash, barring anything unfortunate, should be able to take this gap jump, and the blue shell is going to be targeting Vantox here. It looks like as J-Dash crosses the line with the fence gap in style, trying to get a great first place, much needed for them.
And that's your pick. That's your pick, Spicy. You were saying you're thinking J-Dash is going to take it home. And after not the absolute best start, him getting that first place start puts him right back in the mix. Only 5 points behind the top 2 players. I believe that was Gyarados and Nihil or Timeless. I couldn't quite check who the second one was next to Gyarados, but either way. Nihil. Gotcha. Okay. So Nihil and Gyarados currently winning. Dash only 5 points behind. Timeless 3 points behind. And that was a massive race for Dash. That shock dodge was so key for him. And Bubbles, there's no other way to say it than this is going to be a super exciting finals. You never know who's going to take it home.
That was the game of inches again. You remember who got blued right there at the end? It was Vantox. He finished 6th and is now on 24 points, 6 behind the leaders. If that blue shell had been fired just a little bit later and locked onto a different target, Dash, this is a completely different thing. He would have gotten probably a higher spot than 6th. The points would be a lot closer. This is such an interesting, different turnout just from being at just the wrong place at the wrong time. My heart goes out to Vantox. Very unfortunate shock blue, but you got to bounce back. I don't know how possible or, where the mentality is at for Mario Kart Stadium. Another track where anything can happen.
This track is so lame, dude. I'll just be I'll be the one to say it. If
Why
no
are
one
we
else
here?
Gonna say it, I'm gonna say it. Why are we here? Exactly. This track is just ridiculous. I mean, everyone thinks it's so special doing the #cool motion glider at the end, but I mean, everyone does it. So is it really that cool at the end? Is it really that special in the end? Like, no, not really. It's just lame. Everything comes down to the second item set and what you get in your situation going to the last set. It's boring. Stop picking this track. Come on. But regardless, Gyarados looking to run this track. There's definitely one of those tracks where you can opt for any strategy. And, I mean, yeah, as long as you're in not a guaranteed losing spot going into the second set on lap 3, then it really doesn't matter what your situation is. You'll probably be able to do well unless something else happens after second set. So, Spicy, we see Gyarados in first place with the shot coming in. How do we think Gyarados is looking in the grand scheme of this race?
Well, he has a horn, which is actually impressive to pull that right in the set, but there's a boomerang really close behind here. And you can front run MKS to an extent here. Might have to burn the horn just to maybe knock out Timeless, but is actually going to hold it here and stay alive at this point. But the super horn being in the primary slot is just so scary in the event of a ghost. And there's a horn in first place as well at the end. Timeless. Top 2 both have super horns here. It's a matter of who's going to pull the trigger, but also in the event of a boost in the Nisk. What are the sequence of events as the top 2 is changed up?
That was very scary for Gyarados. If he was a bit more to the right, his entire race could have been ruined just like that. And now he's looking really good. Oh, never mind. Gyarados getting pieced up. Could be a blessing in disguise, though, if he gets the triple shrooms.
No.
If he gets an item. He does not get the item, and now his early momentum is going to be put to a halt as he gets a 10th place. Timeless getting first place, and now Timeless has taken the lead. The heel right behind 07, Gyarados in third, right behind them. So, Bubbles, right out of the gate, we're seeing a lot of back and forths in the front. You never know
bro,
who was going
I
to
can't
take that
believe we went up to
momentum
the same
and
box.
really run with this tournament. If that even happens, it could be close the whole way through.
The most exciting part of that race for me was the mental battle between those two horns in the front. Either one of them knew I could pull the trigger right now and get this guy out of my face. But both of them were conscious enough to
I think I
know
have
that
to
the
learn
looming threat of the
fucking,
blue shell was still very, very
the
real.
motion
So
glider,
whoever
nothing
uses
but
the
a
horn
fucking light
first
on that track.
essentially sets
I think the
themselves
old
up
method
for
is
failure.
becoming
Gyarados was put in a
kinda
really, really good spot, dropping behind at the start of lap 3 and getting a mushroom,
Well, this is
and
still
did
fine because
basically
it's
a
a
lot of
bag.
the things right,
An
got the
actual high
mushroom, but
points.
was not able to use it effectively, very unfortunately getting hit out and missing the last item set. Again, game of inches, and it just didn't go his way.
Just didn't go his way indeed. He's definitely, definitely appreciating his performance in the first 3 races, as that 10th place definitely going to bring him back a little bit. Dash getting 9th place that race, so he is on 29 points, which is still 1 point above that 6th place average of 28. So if he gets a really good race here, Spicy's pick, then Dash will be on 44, and we'll be looking very good to, build off of that and maybe even gain a lead. So we will see what he can do, Spicy.
Yeah, and he has a mushroom, gonna pop it here. Now has to watch those green shells and the heel has in 2nd place. So not able to maximize the effect of that cut there, unfortunately. But also has triple bananas in pocket as well as a mushroom, using that turn skip beautifully.
That
Now
was
navigating
so
through that
deep.
bomb. They lose all their items in the
Holy
process,
shit.
but staying alive in that section was so critical for them. Also having the mushroom and as being in a really good spot here as we enter lap 2.
That's exactly it. Dash looking really, really nice. 7 coins, 2nd place with the shroom. Honestly, he might be, and the horn as well, if there's a 2 blue shell factor. Is not as good because he's in 3rd now, but regardless, Dash is in one of the best spots to be on. Like, in this section of the track, absolutely. Change the horn, which honestly I do understand. If he was in 2nd, it probably would have made more sense to hold it, but when you're in 3rd, you have more things to worry about, then it does make sense to change it there. But blue shell coming in, it had a little moment on the mini map, and we're seeing some dropping out. This is going to be really good for Dash, actually. Blue shell doesn't even go for him, but he does get redded. Oh my god! That is actually crazy. Dash holding the shroom, which honestly is a really good strategy because he can still take that shortcut. He would have been able to regardless, but that is an amazing pull. Bubbles, now Dash is going to have 3 shrooms post-shortcut. He's looking really good this race.
I'm surprised there's been no shock. There's been lots of shocks in these races, but now nobody's at distance to get it. And with all these shrooms, even more coming in, it's just a matter of holding down this spot. No opportunity to move forward. Maybe if first gets a ball. Oh!
That was crazy,
close.
dude. Oh my goodness. Okay, Dash, weather the storm there. Backs the red, almost gets Vantox there. He definitely didn't need to do that, but I guess maybe if he
Good
didn't hit
competition.
there, hypothetically, if Vantox actually, no kidding, direct competition with them getting 3rd and 4th again. Timeless with another 1st place, and now Timeless has a really big lead over their competition. Spicy, Timeless right now. If there's anyone who is going to run away with this tournament, it is Timeless. He's got they got the momentum on their side right now. There's no other way to say it.
Avoided them, to be honest.
And momentum is such a big thing,
don't think I can go in
especially
between
in
them.
free-for-all, where
And,
a lot of stuff
by the
will
time I
happen.
saw them,
And
it was
being
just
able
too
to
late.
stack that
I would've
momentum,
gone
build
to the
off
right
of
of
it, and
them if I
chain
knew
good
they were there,
races
but
together, giving yourself a bit of a
fucking see it.
cushion for when in the event that
sucks.
something unfortunate does happen. This is exactly what you want to be seeing right now if you are Timeless. And if you're a Timeless fan, you
the
are
Greek
feeling
flag is
pretty good.
K.
But there is still a lot of races left to play, and really, it could still really
say.
be anyone's game.
I see.
Yep, no kidding. And I just figured this out. So
Forever
Timeless
dry
didn't
desert.
quite know who.
Guys, I'm sorry,
This is
but
a
I have to
crazy
bag
track,
this.
dude.
I know you all really want me to approach, but
Dude, okay, so couldn't quite tell who Timeless was this whole time, but Timeless is Tay USA, who I believe right now is, I think he is the #1 USA player in Lounge, if I'm not mistaken. Or
Wow.
at the very least, a top-level USA player in Lounge. So makes a lot of sense that he's doing really, really well in this lobby and getting off to an incredible start. But that could all go up in flames as Dry Desert is one of the most ridiculous tracks in this game. So, Bubbles, who knows what's going to happen, man? Who knows?
Well, anything could happen. This reminds me a lot of Mario Kart Stadium. But I wanted to, as we, wait out this lap 1, as there's nothing interesting happen, I wanted to go back to that Rang. He didn't have to back, Dash did not have to back that Rang. But it made me think, everybody's competition in this format. And especially, we have to remember the prize conditions, the prize pool. There is only one winner here. So at this point in the race, we look at the standings. One person, Timeless, is very, very clearly in front. You have to think everybody has their laser sights set on Timeless, and they have a target on their back.
Not like it matters.
Well, that was the most uneventful shock, the most useless shock in all of Mario Kart. Dude, okay, here's the thing, because we have time to talk about this stuff while there's not much going to be happening this race. I honestly don't understand the point of using shock that early so that no one else uses it. Because realistically, if someone beats you to the punch and using shock, how is it going to benefit them unless they use it a lot later? There is no benefit to using shock that early. You just use it, and that's it. Why would you not just wait until, at the latest, like first set lap 2, or even second set lap 2, where you could actually profit from it, and if you get shocked, you just bag next set anyways. I don't get it. Spicy, I don't get it. Whoa! This is crazy. This is really good for Dash. Spicy, this is unbelievable for Dash. You can definitely get behind that.
Yeah, I'm excited right now because what I was thinking about with that first shock, it really sets up a lot of opportunities for a second shock, which Dash has in play right now. It's now a matter of seeing when are they going to chain, because they have a star as well here. Pops it right now, pops the star as well. Is going to be able to get into this double item box and has multiple shrooms potentially here. This is actually potentially really good here for Dash, trying to get our way all the way back up.
A good golden
he may have gotten
mushroom?
the golden mushroom, but he does not have to worry about another shock. There will be no more shocks this race. Odds of there being a Ghost Priest. That play was almost crazy. And here comes Dash, hopefully avoiding the star for his sake. Yep. But can't quite get that third place. But fourth, still very, very good. Dash is now on, I believe, 48 points after 6 races. The heel getting first place. And Tay getting 11th place. And now it's between Tay and the heel on 59 and 57 respectively in the top 2. So Bubbles, that race, we said it, like, you have no idea what could happen on Desert, and just like that, Tay's big lead all of a sudden just got matched with Nahil getting a really good race, and now Tay is only 2 points ahead.
Only 2 points ahead. A very destructive race to Tay's momentum. And you were talking about, like, why use the shock that early. It's interesting to use the shock there because it provides information for everybody. And that information is the shock timer. Once it's used, nobody can get another one for 30 seconds. So that affects everybody's race plan. And after you count 30 seconds, then you start to plan your race again. Be like, who's at distance? Is it in play? Could someone like Dash have it right here? And that was the case. And using a shock that early basically tells everybody, yeah, there's going to be another shock, and it's going to happen early or late lap 3. And that's exactly what happened.
It's a very valid point, and that's just the nature of Dry Desert, man.
It would be very funny if
the shock situation, all the shortcuts, you never really know what's going to happen. But a track that is a bit more decisive in terms of what you can expect is Paris Promenade. This track is one with not really many opportunities to catch up, at least until lap 3, where you have the bill extension, or if the pack is close enough and you have like stars and whatnot, then you can definitely work your way around all the craziness that will happen in the pack, especially after last set lap 3. So I definitely think, also very important to mention, Garchomp and Ryan have a big advantage here because this track heavily favors inside drifting bikes. I shouldn't say like heavily, like it definitely favors them, but not like to a crazy high degree. But they're both in the front. If they can keep that momentum going and get further up in the front, then Spicy, it's only a matter of time before they're in.
What just happened?
Well, Garchomp's already in first, and Ryan's in second, so they're already beast moding this track. No other way to say it.
I was going to mention that, yeah, there's not many tracks in this game which tend to favor
Okay.
the bike,
Can't
but
toss scissors?
here on Paris Promenade, this is where you want to be if you are players like Garza.
Woo!
Oh,
That's
Gyarados
a tough
getting
bomb.
hit by that bomb. Vantox also in the
have
after
to bag
effect of it
now.
as well.
that's
And
fine
suddenly, and there's a
enough.
shock already now. So this is going to change up a few things here, as a couple players have found themselves in dodge, and now it's a
Great
matter
set
of
for
seeing how does
Gyarados.
the rest of this start to unravel, especially going in now, and especially with triple reds being right behind Gyarados at this point.
It's gonna be tough to see what happens. Is Vantox gonna aim to throw the red shells forward or throw them back? Because that's gonna dictate what Gyarados has to do with this star. But it seems like he is gonna be able to hold it just fine. And if Gyarados can get to last
I'm
set,
so lucky
chain that
Vantox can run me
star,
there.
then he could gain a lot of spots here. So Bubbles, Gyarados is looking to be in a really good spot.
Back to the shock
Okay,
timer
I have to
information. It
chain this.
could be pulled last set. The timer's up,
use it a
and
little
he's
later.
very,
It's fine.
very safe right here. This is gonna be a good spot, almost guaranteed for Gyarados. Shock.
Yep. He's maybe not getting as many spots as he would have thought he would, but he's still got 6th place,
I'll take
which
a 6th, I
winning
guess.
music, you always take that. That's gonna be
Yes.
Garchomp getting first, Dash getting second, the heel getting third. The heel takes the lead.
Vantox
Tay
spacewalking
in
the
second with
break now,
65,
yeah.
Dash right behind
Considering I
in
injured
third
my
with
MPS, I will
60.
take it.
Garchomp making his way up. I believe he's on 57, 55, something like that. But either way, Garchomp entering the mix. And if Garchomp can get a few good races, same goes for Dash as he's a little behind first, then, you know, you never know what can happen. We will see how it goes, Spicy. And I think it's very, no matter what happens, I think what we can guarantee is that the winner is in no way decided yet.
I would agree, and especially when looking at the track picks, keep in mind the last two, Paris Promenade and Dry Desert, were both selected off of random. So it's now a matter of seeing like how is that going to factor into play here, where you don't exactly know, just looking at this screen, what is your game plan going to be here? Because with the variety of tracks we are seeing, it can really change up how you want to play this game, as we are going to be locking into Squeaky Clean Sprint here for our next race.
This is a super fun track. Love Squeaky Clean Sprint. It's a very technical track. And I would say definitely one of the more fun tracks to drive in the Booster Course Pass. So I'm always looking forward to playing this track. I'm looking forward to watching this track. We'll see what happens, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it pans out. 5 races to go, Bubbles, and I definitely think for Garchomp and Dash, this race is going to be very critical.
Yeah, I don't know how difficult this is to drive on in Inward, but I do know the beginning is very, very important. We can start to relax once we get to the ending glider, but lots of items, lots of bumps going down as we go down the drain here. Over halfway through, we are on the back half of the final round of the Red Eagle Free-for-All tournament. Dash rather, falling to the back. Still plenty of race to go, but still very wide open. I don't know. How would you play this race from here, this position?
I'm gonna throw that question to Spicy because my Discord's frozen. I'm just gonna quickly restart and join call. So Spicy, you can answer that one.
Not a problem. So here in this, it's a matter of defense right now. If you are Dash, you see that the triple greens are in play. You also have the Rang actually going to play a bit aggressively here. Now, as long as they don't get smart bounce or get backed, but Dash has done a great job of staying alive at this point, which is so critical here, especially as you go into this section. The bomb taking out one player in the pack right here as Dash takes the Nisk, is able to navigate this nicely, and he in a good place position here, has those triple shrooms as well. Gonna be able to take a nice cut, and they'll get into double box with that red shell coming up right in the divider, and you're not gonna be able to get the defense out.
That is going to be a huge setback for Dash. Falling down, losing a lot of time, and losing a lot of coins in the process. So now he has fallen down to 7th place. Going into lap 3, it's not over for Dash, but he's definitely going to be set back quite a bit. But as we talked about before, every setback provides an opportunity, so
Oh,
we'll
it didn't
see
drop
what
me
can
off
happen.
the spawn, that's
Gyarados
so bad.
not going to be looking too good with the blue shell after the bill, but he is pretty far behind where he can pull some really good items. So can he get the job done? We are going to find out one way or another, Bubbles.
He wants to keep chaining stars here. The star is the safest item. He keeps getting it. One more star into a
No
double
way,
set.
man.
No!
Oh!
Too
Why are we
late.
shocking everyone in the
07
glider,
dodging
bro?
that shock. A lot of people on glider though, so we're gonna see how
And no one's
impactful
gonna
that
die
really
'cause
is.
there's no
Gyarados
items.
coming up in the star. Vantalk's getting
That's
brutalized down to 11th or 12th.
Seventh, I
Gyarados
guess.
getting 7th. What?
And
How
you
did that
have to
happen?
think-
Garchomp getting
know what to do.
first. That's another
Whoa.
really good race for Garchomp. And just like that, Garchomp is in second, only 6 points
they just pulled
behind the
Shock or
heel.
something?
That is 2 first places
Otherwise,
in a
that's like
row
the
for
worst Shock I've
Garchomp.
ever
And
seen.
just like that, he is a big time contender. Bubbles' pick has surpassed your pick, Spicy. How does that make you feel?
I'm rooting for my boy Dash right now. It's just complete bias at this point. I'm very aware. Just I was a fan of DVP for a while. Dash was one of the
Yo,
players
I
I
love
remember
that.
watching a lot when I was getting into the scene. It was like Dash, Gally was a big influence on me as a player as well. So it's like I understand it's a lot of homer bias. I still have faith, but really now you're starting to see how close this matchup has gotten, and I'm so excited to see what happens as we're going now into Vancouver Velocity here.
Ooh.
Interesting pick, absolutely. And hey, I'm gonna bounce off you mentioning DVP, Spicy. I appreciate that. I'm a big DVP guy over here. That's my team. That's my home right there. So shout out to DVP, absolutely. I miss the boys 100%. But in terms of the now, we got Vancouver Velocity. As I said, and we'll say once again, interesting pick. Not one that is very common at all. Definitely one of the more uncommon booster course pass tracks. So I know Dash is very fond of this track. Once again, Spicy's pick. And we're going to see how this race
Well, not the great
unfolds.
start.
Very critical race for Garchomp to keep that momentum going, as, you know, he went from 40 points to 70 points in the blink of an eye. So we'll see what happens. But right out of the gate, our two streamers, Dash and Gyro, struggling early. But Bubbles, this is one of the longer tracks in the game. So they're definitely still in it. No other way to say it.
It is very long, and what that means for our players is plenty of opportunities to come back. And the longer the track is, usually the more item boxes there are. And as the racers space out here, as we're seeing, and as we're at like blue shell distance and shock distance, it means more volatility, more shakeups in the race. So even though Dash was hit out very, very early, all the way back up to 5th with some shrooms in hand right before a pivotal shortcut. Danger in front, though, and now a matter of keeping this position and remaining in the front for the rest of the race, which could be a very tall task.
But that shortcut gonna help him quite a bit. He is now in 3rd place with triple greens, one of the best items to have up here, and the shroom after. I actually respect back in the greens there. You know, a lot of people would tend to hold them, but you also have to factor in a lot of this game is if people aren't willing to take you out in the moment, sometimes you have to pull the trigger first before they have the opportunity to pull the trigger on you later. And that's what Dash did right there. That rang. Last toss, not going to be a problem, but the plant will absolutely be a problem. Dash didn't fall too far back from it. Still in 5th place, but still a setback nonetheless, Spicy.
Yeah, and you watch as a lot of our front runners are up here in this top 5, and this is setting up for a very dramatic ending sequence now. Dash gonna be able to connect on the green side, has a red shell, gonna target Gyarados out.
Putting in that
maybe
work.
here and having those triple shrooms. You see 3DZ with those triple nanas catching a draft. Watch those nanas in that.
And look at
cut,
that!
and
Garchomp's
another
getting first
perfect
again!
place. Garchomp with
And the
another
heel got taken out! Dude, that was a
Wow.
crazy ending!
Wow.
Dude, oh my god! The heel 86, Garchomp 85, Dash 77. Tay still in it, but falling a bit far back with 72, falling a little bit out of the run for the 1st place prize. You never know what's gonna happen, but oh my goodness, dude. The Garchomp comeback. Bubbles, your pick. The Garchomp comeback right now is absolutely insane.
I've seen this guy play a couple times, and you know, I am not a Mario Kart scout, but I think I should be. You know, but again, everybody is still in this. Tay, who found himself after 4 or 5 races 15 points in the lead, is now 14 points behind 1st place in 4th place overall, with just a few races to go as we continue into the back half. I think this is race 10 or so coming up. Not much time left, and we keep our eyes on the top spots. Can they hold? Whose pick will win out? Or will we see a surprise rise to the top?
Only one way to find out. Sherbet Land, interesting pick. Definitely one of the more uncommon tracks. And, dude, I'm gassed for Dash, man, because I'm good friends with Dash. And, you know, this is definitely an amazing showing for him. He's in 3rd place. He's in it to win it, absolutely. And, I mean, hey, he's doing really, really well. But at the same time, it's kind of hard to ignore Garchomp's incredible performance right now. I mean, he got, what, 40 points in the first, I believe, 6 races, something like that. And he just got 45 points in the last 3. Whatever the case was, like, that is absolutely absurd. And he is looking fantastic to continue his momentum. And, I mean, hey, man, 45 points after 3 races, Spicy. You can't really complain too much about that.
Oh yeah, if you're chaining 3 firsts in a row, that's exactly what you want to be having, especially near the end, and you put yourself in a position to potentially win the entire thing here. You see now the players in the back are just trying to, I see a lot of people holding stars, holding their dodges in case of the event of a shock potentially happening, and just really waiting to pull that trigger, knowing that it's likely going to happen at some point here. That's the possibility here to avoid the bomb of Lucho coming out, though, as you see a lot of actually changes in that front pack, and a lot of spots are devolving here as we go into the end of lap 2.
Yeah, there's a lot going on right now. It might have been in Dash's best interest to hold that star. Big maybe, as you know, he may have gotten hit, whatever the case was, but the reason in mentioning that, the pack was way too close for him to ever even entertain getting a star there. So that could be a potential setup for a setback if he does get hit, but he's doing a really good job at spacing out from potential hits if Ryan were to back the fire there. And now he can take both of these shortcuts, and now he's in a very nice 4th place. But Blue Shell coming in is going to have a say in what comes next. And the heel is up there in 2nd or 3rd place, and Garchomp not continuing that 1st place streak. Nahil getting 1st! And that is going to definitely make a statement going into these last 2 races, I believe. Because that's Nahil getting 1st, Dash in 4th, Garchomp getting 8th. And now there is an 11-point gap between Nahil, Nahil and Garchomp. 11 points, 101 to 90, Dash in 3rd with 86. So, Bubbles, it's not over yet, but Nahil with a really big performance in that race in particular, and really establishing a nice lead going into race 11 and 12.
Very well won by Nahil. I want to highlight the incredible play by Dash that we saw on lap 3. There was a fire that he was right behind, spaced out perfectly for, just in case it was backed. It was end up thrown forward, but after that, the spacing from the trails, the shells, being conscientious of all the danger around him and avoiding it perfectly to get the points that he could manage to get, which was 4th place. It could have been so much worse. He could be farther behind 1st place, but Dash keeping himself in the competition with really smart and well executed driving.
Absolutely. Someone either disconnected or quit. I don't know what the situation is there, but there is 11 players in the room this race.
Yes, and look who it picks again.
We're going to Sherbet Land again. Interesting pick. I mean, the first time was so nice we had to do it twice, I guess. I don't know.
We play on.
But we are coming back here, and I mean, in the case of Nahil got that 1st place, Dash got that 4th place. So we'll see what happens. But interesting that we are here once again, Spicy.
Yeah, and if you're Nahil, you just got 1st place on the last race, so maybe this works out for you here, giving a chance to kind of just seal the deal at this point in this match. You're now watching as a lot of these players have to play knowing that this could be decided in the next race here. This race could be it to determine who wins the entire prize now. And now just seeing as all these players are starting to get this set up here, you want to be watching our top 3 and see who's going to be able to make those moves and potentially put themselves in a position to win the entire event.
Yeah, we're looking at the minimap right now. We see both Nahil and Garchomp in, the very front. Dash is approaching that area in, 9th place. This is an extremely close pack right now. That's the main idea. And you never know what's going to happen. He doesn't really have the best items, but he does have a lot of coins. And with a lot of coins, it provides you a lot of speed. And with lots of speed provides lots of opportunity to win. So Bubbles, I think even if Dash doesn't have the best items in the world, he has the money situation sorted out where his speed will be covered and he can make a statement up here. Absolutely.
It's all about identifying and executing on a window to move up to the front. The plant was not the preferred option, but that's all that was available at the time. We move around danger, and through the chaos, we continue to form a race plan, Dash is, to move up to the front. Only defense we may have to hold, even though that's a green Yoshi in first, and guess who that could be?
Yup, that's Nahil up there. And if Nahil wins this race, Nahil takes it home. That's the main idea. Garchomp is in the back. Dash is in 5th. Won't be able to make something happen on race 11 if Nahil takes it home. And they're seemingly looking to be no blue shell. And yeah, Nahil's just taking it home. Nahil got that first place on lock. And no other way to say it, Nahil is your Red Eagle free-for-all number 2 champion.
And what a performance from Nahil, like especially when it mattered most, when the game was this close to potentially going someone else's way. Nahil locks in and is able to secure that victory, to secure the $60 and win this second free-for-all here at Red Eagle Esports. What a great showing from them, and really a great showing from the entire pack, because this had a lot of great highlights here, and there's still another race to be played.
Absolutely. Looking very, very good. Great overall free-for-all, or great overall free-for-all, amazing finals showcase. And I mean, hey man, you really wouldn't think that it would have been over after race number 11, but you got Nahil with a really great showing, and that is 2 first places to his name. And just like that, he has a 24-point lead, and it's over. So hats off to Nahil. Amazing performance all around. And yeah, that's 116 after just 11 races. Worst they can score is 117. So there you have it, man. There you have it. So DK Mountain, fun little last race situation. Bubbles, overall wrap up of today. Talk to me.
An 11 race win is usually determinant of dominance. Like, just these last 4 or 5 races have been all Nahil in the front. Very fortunate not to get blue shelled, I will admit, on lap 3 of that last Sherbet Land. So this is effectively 3 laps of 1 big victory lap for Nahil. This is a very fun track. I'm excited for these racers to play this in an interesting way. As you mentioned before, a big Donut Plains 3, very shock heavy, and we can only imagine, especially with the Kamek here, these racers are playing to have some fun before the festivities are over.
Yep, that's exactly it. This race has no real, at least in terms of prize winnings, no implications in that regard. But at the very least, I mean, hey, I have no problem talking about this now. I didn't really intend on keeping it a secret. I do eventually want to incorporate power rankings into Red Eagle. So, and with those power rankings, it would lead to, separating players for a particular tournament. So let's say hypothetically there's 150 ranked players. Just hypothetically, that's the number. You could have a free-for-all on week 1 for the bottom 50, and the finalists would be eligible to compete in the tier 2 free-for-all the week after, between players ranked in 51 through 100. And then the top 12 from that free-for-all would be eligible to compete in the highest level free-for-all among the top 50. And then, yeah, there you have it. That's just one of a couple ideas that I have in mind for future Red Eagle events. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. And yeah, dude, Spicy, this is a fun time.
It's a fun time. I love the idea of power rankings, especially as you grow this tournament series, have more events to the name, and really you get the chance to see some more highlight action. Also get a chance to showcase a lot of the great players in this scene. Yes, this is just a victory lap at this point for Nahil, but still great showing overall. Gyarados pulls triple shrooms in second place. You don't see that every day.
Mind you, with the coin first. That was a weird pull.
coin triple
Was not
shrooms.
expecting that for a second there. That's a really weird second place pull, but yep, we got Luckio getting the first place, Gyarados to second place, Dash getting third, 102
Wait, I
points,
lost a
and
spot?
Dash is going to be the one to take home
Was I not
the
seventh? Or am
silver,
I crazy?
and Tay taking
was eighth.
home the bronze. So there you have
I
it.
swear to God I
That
was
is
seventh.
the grand finale of the second Red Eagle free-for-all.
Okay, no, I
I
definitely
can
wasn't.
say for sure that we are
That's
not
it,
going to be
yeah.
hosting another tournament until 2025, but I would say
I love second place
these
boxes,
two
they're so
tournaments
good.
that we opened the show with this year definitely was with the purpose of making a statement going into next year that we have big plans to make consistent free-for-alls throughout, consistent tournaments throughout with stakes in all shapes and sizes, whether it be in the form of prizes, whether it be in the in the form of money, or whether it be in the form of, you know, maybe increasing your rank or upping your power ranking in the future, whatever the case is. We have a lot of there's a lot to look forward to in 2025, and I definitely think that it's going to be a super fun time. You will definitely see more of Bubbles and Spicy, who absolutely killed it today on the microphone. Shout outs to you two. You guys were absolutely fantastic, and it was super fun try casting with you both. Normally I say one or the other, but I had to say you both, so I will pass the mic over to Bubbles for that part, just so I have someone who has something to say, so you guys don't talk over each other.
Yes, sir. Very fun to cast this event. And I wanted to say I love the idea of power rankings. And I can only dream of the future of the Red Eagle tournament and how much it's going to grow, the community growing, the tournament growing, the free-for-all scene growing. And, you know, I wanted to ask you, is Red Eagle, is free-for-all format, do you think that's the future of Mario Kart? How excited are you for this this format to be one of the main formats in tournament form?
I definitely think that free-for-all is the way to go, because at the end of the day, I believe that free-for-alls are super engaging on the eyes. They're super fun to play, and that tournament vibe, that tournament feeling, you know, it keeps building up. And, you know, it makes the progression of the tournament super duper engaging. And I think casting the entire thing, it's really awesome to see the progression in these events. And so with that in mind, I definitely think that, you know, hey, I'm not dissing 66s by any stretch. I'm not dissing them. I don't mean to put them down, but I definitely think there is a sense of engagement in free-for-all that you can't really experience anywhere else. And I can tell you one thing for sure. We are not leaving free-for-all alone. Free-for-alls are fantastic, super fun content, super fun to play, very enjoyable. And yeah, man, Spicy, if there's one thing I can say for sure, I'm looking forward to the future of these tournaments.
Oh yeah, and I really think there's a great future here with Red Eagle, the FFA especially. Just has a lot of great highlights moments, and I think with the scene only getting bigger, it's gonna be super electric just having all of this. Before I throw it back to you, JPG, I'm gonna give a quick shout out to Angle behind the scenes for helping the stream hosting side
Yeah.
of things, because that is so there's a lot that happens behind the scenes that you guys don't see, but it's really important to have that and just give a thank you to Angle for doing all of the work behind the scenes, running everything on OBS and making sure that make this product all possible.
Absolutely. I second that and more. Shout out to Angle for killing it as the stream host, and to everyone involved who competed, and to my co-casters, Bubbles and Spicy, to my team with the tournament organizers and the head staff with Red Eagle. You know, we spent a lot of time last week, you know, trying to craft up like the best possible tournament, and it was a lot of the same scenario this week. And I'm really, really happy with how these tournaments have come together. I definitely think the Ragnarok experience has come in super duper clutch for these two tournaments, and I'm extremely excited to see where they go from here, because even though they have gone extremely well, I damn near flawlessly, it can't be perfect. And, you know, we're going to be talking about ways to evolve these tournaments in 2025 and make them the absolute best that they can be. So No more tournaments this year, but early 2025, you can definitely expect a beauty tournament to come through from Red Eagle. We're going to wrap up the stream here. I will go to Bubbles. Any last words for the stream?
I cannot wait for the next one. Let's go, baby.
Yes, sir! Come on now. And same to you, Spicy. Any last words before we close the show?
It's a bright future for Mario Kart 8 in 2025. You want to stay tuned. A lot of great action. Be sure to watch it because it's going to be an amazing moment there.
No other way to say it. Couldn't have said it any better myself. Shoutouts to everyone involved who made this tournament absolutely fantastic, and I'm looking forward to the next one absolutely. I hope you guys are as well, because these free-for-alls are only going to get better and be more memorable as time goes on. So I hope you guys look forward to it all. With that said, we will be closing out the stream now. So with that said, guys, until next time, thank you all so much for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic night and keep on giving her, bud.